What's up, everybody? Good morning and a happy Thursday to you all. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online at sportstalk1051.com. You've got your smart devices like your Alexa devices, the app, download it, take it on the go. Video stream also up and rolling here this morning on YouTube. But happy Friday Eve, everybody. Happy game day, everybody, as preseason game number 1 for the Green and Gold will kick off tonight, 6 p.m. against Green Bay East, the Pittsburgh Steelers. At least it sounds like we'll see some of the starters tonight for both squads. But football kind of maybe getting a little bit more real in terms of we're getting closer and closer to the start of the season. We actually get some preseason games going here. So with game number 1 coming up tonight, let's throw out the first question to you all right away. Give me your top 5 players that you will be watching for in tonight's game. Maybe it's because, hey, I don't know a whole lot about them. Like, let's say Brandon Cisse, rookie, all right? Maybe that's going to be on the list for a lot of people. Or maybe it's a certain, like Jordan Morgan, getting some reps at left tackle, going to be the new left tackle, full-time left tackle, I should say. Maybe it's him. Who are some other players, or who are your top 5 players, if you were to put your scouting cap on, your football scouting cap on, that you're going to maybe pay a little bit more closer attention to when it comes to tonight's preseason game? You can start to hit us up right now on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. It's up and rolling, 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat room on our video stream. So plenty of football talk as we get things started off tonight for the Green and Gold. Yesterday, though, we should also mention the Eau Claire Express season officially is in the books, as the Express fell in their playoff game last night against St. Cloud, 1 game shy from advancing to the championship game. So the Express falling 10-5 at Carson Park last night in the Great Plains championship game. But overall, 46 wins, 46-23 on the season for the Eau Claire Express. A big old tip of the cap and shout out to the Express for a very, very good season. Very fun season, very fun summer. So a lot of great baseball being played at Carson Park this year by the Express. So big tip of the cap. I know they're all probably a little bit down. A little disappointed this morning, falling a game short from going to the Northwoods League Championship. But nonetheless, just a fantastic, fantastic season by the Express. The Brewers, they're also probably a little still disappointed this morning, but they don't have time to sit around because they've got a big 4-game series with the Dodgers starting tonight. But yesterday, the Brewers falling to the Padres in extra innings. A 4-3 loss in 11 innings for the Brewers. The Brewers, Dustin May was looking good. He had a nice quality start. They had a 2-1 lead heading into the bottom of the 8th, but not able to hold on as the Padres putting up a run to tie it up at the bottom of the 8th because infield single, allowing Fernando Tatis Jr. to score to tie it up, and some great defensive catches by Mitchell and Lara, but not enough offense for the Brewers in yesterday's game to help avoid the sweep. But something that's probably all too familiar with Brewers fans over the years. The Brewers were just 3 for 28 with 12 strikeouts with runners in scoring position. So Brewers now will head on over to Los Angeles to take on the Dodgers for that 4-game series, and they will open up that 4-game series with just a now 3-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. The Brewers currently riding a 3-game losing streak, whereas the Cubs, they have won their last 3 games. Brewers still holding on to best record in Major League Baseball with a 74 and I should say in the National League, 74-47 record, because Tampa Bay has the best record overall, 74-46. But we'll see if the Brewers will be able to hold on to that after this 4-game series with the Dodgers that starts tonight. It's going to be a late one, but hey, you get to watch a little bit of the Packers preseason game, and then you can tune in to the Brewers game tonight at 9:10 first pitch for the Brewers game tonight out on the West Coast. So plenty of Brewers chat to get to this morning, as well as we recap yesterday's loss and look ahead to a big 4-game series with the Dodgers. Since it is Thursday, we'll do a little 3 up and 3 down. You know what that is. 3 things that are up, 3 things that are down, kind of like some stock reports. Also, we'll catch up with Jake Boakes, DNR Warden, at 8:30. So please, if you have any questions for Mr. Boakes, send those on over to us right now on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912 so we can get those on over to Jake. But all right, that's kind of your game plan for us this morning. Let's pitter-patter, let's get at her, shall we? We'll open up things. We'll talk a little baseball to open up things here this morning as we take a look back at the Express falling last night, 1 game shy from the Northwoods League Championship. Also, Brewers getting swept by the Padres and heading into this series with the Dodgers, with maybe some concerns, or maybe sweating just a little bit here, but we'll hit that up and talk about that. Plus, Packers preseason game numero uno. Who are the 5 players, if you were to put your scouting cap on, who are the 5 players that you would be paying most attention to tonight if you're tuning in? All right. Or if you can't think of 5, you could send us a few of your players that you could be paying extra attention to. So, but let's get things going here this morning. We'll take our first break. We got intern Carter with us as well. We'll open up things here on the leadoff, talking a little baseball. Coming up after these quick words. With preseason starting off tonight and football season right around the corner, it is time to participate in our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge. It's a little different this year, but at the end of the season, whoever has the most amount of games right, we've got some prizes to give away. So just head to our website, sportstalk1051.com, and if you scroll a little bit down on the home page and just click on the icon that says Win Stuff. Click on that, and then you'll see the icon for the Pro Football Weekly Pickup Challenge brought to you by Home Oasis and Wisco's. So you could register right now and maybe start to make some picks if you want to at this point in time. So I know a few of you have asked about our fantasy football leagues. Some of you need to check your emails because we've been sending out invites, and not a lot of people have been – well, I should say not a lot of people. Some of you haven't been signing up, but we're trying to fill up our leagues. We got a couple of them at this point, so I'm just kind of going in order of who signed up on our email list. So maybe check your emails because we are one short of one league, and we're going to be filling up the second one here very soon. So, but yeah, that's coming down the wire here as well. But if you want to get in and start making some picks for our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge, again, just go to our website at sportstalk1051.com and click on the Win Stuff tab. You might have to scroll down a little bit on that homepage. Click on that, then you'll see the Pro Football Weekly Pickup Challenge icon, and just click on that. G-Man, the Express did not win last night. So, but again, a big shout out to the Express for an awesome season. Let's say good morning to Mr. Intern Carter. Been a hot minute. How you doing, sir?
Good. It's good to be back.
You getting set for school here soon, or what's the game plan for Intern Carter here?
Yeah, I'm having a pretty busy fall, so I'm going to start college in the spring.
Okay,
so,
nice.
Yeah,
nice. So,
and get a little bit more time off.
There you go. Mm-hmm. So look at you. Going to do some traveling in the world, or what's the
just
game?
A lot of working.
Yeah.
High school sports start up again, so back to videoing, and I get to call
play.
some hockey games, so that'll be fun.
Nice. Well, let's lead things off here chatting. Well, first of all, Bo on the video stream saying 3 ups, Packers, fall weather, Dustin May, 3 downs, Brewers loss, Yelich and Contreras, which is a pretty accurate list. I could buy that one for sure. But let's talk some Brewers here as we look back at yesterday's kind of crazy, weird. I mean, if you weren't a fan of either of these teams, you probably thought that was a good game. If you're a Brewers fan, you're probably saying no, because 1, you wanted to avoid being swept by the Padres. 2, Dustin May was out there wheeling and dealing, and you can't get him a W. The offense, I mean, we threw out the numbers, 3 for 28, 3 for 26, was it, with runners in scoring position? Yeah, 3 for 28 with 12 strikeouts with runners in scoring position, had opportunities, and not able to get it done yesterday. I mean, Gary Sanchez was the only player with multiple hits, and he had the home run. Then he had the go-ahead RBI in extra innings, and not really any other production from anybody else in that game yesterday. So Brewers getting swept by the Padres. You add on that the Cubs have won 3 in a row. And now, you get to play the Dodgers in L.A. for 4 games here. Yesterday, we were kind of having – well, maybe not so much fun, but it was we were calling it the sweat scale. If you were a Brewers fan, how nervous are you getting for your Brewers to maybe stay in first place with the Cubbies approaching them, with all the injuries that the Brewers are dealing with, and now you got the Dodgers coming up here. All right, intern, we're from a scale of 1 to 10, how much you sweating the Brewers right now?
I'm not too nervous right now. I think a lot of injuries have kind of derailed them. I don't have any doubt in my mind the Cubs are going to catch the Brewers at some point down the stretch run. But I do think they have games left with the Cubs, and I think that'll end up deciding who wins the division. I think, whoever wins those next, I think they have 2 series left. Whoever wins those 2 series will end up deciding who wins the division. And I still like the Brewers' chances. They've got to get healthy. and they've got to get some players getting hot. We talk about every year going into the postseason, you got to be hot, you got to be healthy. Well, I mean, maybe it's a perfect time to be cold, but you better start getting hot soon because you're coming down the stretch run in which you're getting chased by some good teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, we kind of saw, patching some holes, and, Hamilton had the error with looked like a routine grounder. Luckily, that didn't affect them. And then, Ashby with, a little bit slow, kind of falling towards third base, that allowed the tying run. And Bowers maybe thinking that he should have maybe kind of gone over and taken it himself. I mean, it was just – but then you had some great defensive plays. Lara with that great catch, Mitchell with that great catch in center field. But it's just – yeah, you kind of hope. I mean, it's baseball. It's a 162-game season. Every team's going to go through these spurts. The Dodgers just did, for crying out loud, and everybody's asking what's wrong with the Dodgers. So I think it's disappointing because of the timing of it all, right? I mean, we're entering the final quarter of this season. The Cubs are playing really well now. They're starting to catch up to them. Now you got to play the Dodgers. So it's like, man, we're injured. We got to play the Dodgers here. The Cubs are catching up. It's kind of like all coming at once. And you kind of, I mean, Dustin May looked great yesterday, and it's kind of a bummer not to be able to get him that win, especially since he was the guy that you acquired at the trade deadline. So it's just, you factor in a lot of this, and that's where I think it is a little bit nerve-wracking for a lot of fans when you kind of factor all the injuries, the way the team's playing, and then how the Cubs are playing. And you just add that all in there, and it's a big old pot of nerves for some peeps.
And I think the hard part, like you said, is losing streak kind of coincided with the Cubs playing so well.
Yeah.
But the Brewers played so well at the start of the season to build up a cushion to be able to withstand this. And so I think that's where, we're starting to get a little nervous, but yet we're still 3 games up. Mm-hmm. And we haven't been playing well, and the Cubs are playing out of this world right now.
Right.
And so I think if they even get back to 500 baseball, we're going to be fine. We've got to get some people back. I mean, I didn't know the impact Cooper Pratt had until now. So I think we got to get some guys back. We got to get healthy, but I think we'll be just fine.
Yeah. The thing is too, it's like the injuries are more specifically to the position players. It's not necessarily, with pitchers, but it also coincides with Contreras not hitting well, Yelich not hitting well. Terang had 1 hit yesterday, but a couple strikeouts for him. So I mean, it's not only the injuries to the position players, but you have your big bats, if you will, not producing either. I mean, the fact that Contreras now is moving down in the batting lineup along with Yelich it's all at once, and it's probably hard for a lot of teams to be able to get through that. Some teams, maybe with deeper depth, are able to combat some of those issues, but Brewers obviously not able to do that. I did find it a little interesting yesterday too. Maybe it just goes to the thought that he's more comfortable to play. Joey Ortiz got to start at third and Hamilton at short, which I think, even my 9-year-old's like, why didn't Ortiz start at short and Hamilton at third? It was right after the error by Hamilton. But hey, Ortiz got on 3 times, hitting 2 walks, so maybe it's just, I don't mind that though either from the Brewers. Just like, hey, okay, you're our third baseman now.
Yeah,
that's kind of your spot.
Consistency. I think that's going to be good for both Ortiz and Pratt, because Ortiz is going to have to switch back eventually if he were to start at short. And you do lose something defensively with Hamilton. But the drop-off isn't that significant. Like, Hamilton's still a good defensive player. He's not great, but he's a good player. And he can manage while Pratt's injured.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds like Pratt's going to be coming back here in a couple weeks, with that hamstring injury. So I think the timing of it, too, because Jet Williams has been dealing with a wrist injury. So, I mean, it's not only at the major league level, it's kind of at the minor league level. For a lot of people, like, why did they just call him? Well, Jet Williams has been dealing with an injury, too. Otherwise, and it feels like that's the second time now that because it was earlier in the season, I think it was around All-Star break, there was a report that they were going to call him up, but then he got hurt. So, like, Jet Williams just can't even time this out for him either. So it's just a whole mess all across the board.
And I think the hard part, like you said, is we had been carried by Ortiz and Pratt and Bowers the last month because
Yeah.
our good players haven't been hitting like it. And now you lost Ortiz for a good week. You lost Cooper Pratt to the injured list, and now everybody's cold. And so, I mean, everybody's got to work through it. But you're seeing some good signs from Churio after his slump. So you just got to hope Contreras and Yelich can get something.
That's the big thing. We got to get those two guys. I mean, maybe we need the offense of Salvatore Frelick to come back and play a little DH too. So I don't know. But it is frustrating. It's disappointing. But at the same time, that's the ebbs and flows of a 162 game baseball season. Mm-hmm. It's the highs and the lows, and we live through it all. And it just makes this series coming up here with the Dodgers, maybe gets the Brewers to check in a little bit. I know Pat Murphy said after the game that they did hold a 15-minute team meeting. They behind doors. So, I mean, I know a lot of times people hear that and they don't think the best. But sometimes I think you just need to do that. And I think it's, you look at and you factor in the Twin series. That was a tough series for the Brewers, too. To be able to win that one. I mean, that was a really, really close series. So they were able to grind that out, which now you look back on, it's like, oh, thank gosh. Otherwise, where would it be at this point? But I think, Pat, this wasn't a players-only meeting. It was a team meeting, so there was no, issues with managers. And I just think, again, Murphy probably recognized, okay, we just dropped 3 in a row. We got a lot of injuries. We got a big series coming up here. Let's just kind of chillax here a bit. And he said, quote, all I know is on August 12th, we've got the best record in baseball. And if you've got the best record in baseball, you're still going to go through times like this. And I think that's one of his strengths is that he puts a lot of stuff in perspective. And it probably does go back to his college coaching days with a younger group. And, you look at this team, it is 100% a younger group outside of a few players, but probably just trying to get everybody to settle down here a little bit and not press. Because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of that noise now from the national sense. Oh, Brewers, all this going on, and now they got the Dodgers and the Cubs are creeping up. It's easier said than done, but just to try to blank it out and move on, or as Bauer said after the game about the offense, I think we just need to chill the blank out a little bit. So, which he's right. Maybe they are just pressing a little bit and trying too hard. So, Bowers did say if he could do that play in the 8th over, he would have just looked to third and thrown home. Tatis is going to be aggressive in that spot. It definitely flashed in my head as I was flipping the ball. It was just a fraction of a second too late. But ifs and whats and, but. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll preview Game 1 of this 4-game series with the Dodgers starting tonight. Shane Drone is going to be on the mound for the Brew Crew, so we'll preview that coming up after these quick words. Don't forget to check out the latest and greatest deals going on at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, especially if you want to maybe save a little bit more money at the gas pump, because with this week's perks, with this week's sales, you could earn up to $4.18 off per gallon. That's $4.18 off per gallon. Just visit Hy-Vee in Eau Claire's Facebook page for their latest flyer. That includes 3 for $9. Jack's frozen pizzas. How about $4.99? Boneless, skinless chicken breasts. Also got some other sales on $2.49 each with the purchase of 3 Frito-Lay Tostitos or Ruffles chips. So maybe with football season, you want some snacks like that. That's always a big popular one in our house too. So. But 2 for $5 Eggo waffles with school starting up here soon. I know Fall Creek just started up, but it might be a quick breakfast for some of the kiddos there too. Plus a boatload of other stuff. Just go to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire's Facebook page to check out their flyer. All right, so we got Brewers taking on the Dodgers in a 4-game series. Game 1 starts tonight. And we've got Shane Drowan on the mound here for the Brew Crew. And on the other side here, I mean, this is going to be, every matchup is going to be kind of a big one here. But on the other side here for the Dodgers, you've got Sasaki going. He's 5-5 with a 4.54 ERA. Shane Drowan 6-4 with a 3.87 ERA. Very similar in terms of matchups and the amount of experience between these two lineups going up against these pitchers. You're talking about a game's worth between both of these. But for Sasaki, what has he done lately here? His last game back on the 7th, no decision against the Diamondbacks. He pitched 6 innings, gave up 2 earned runs on 4 hits. But before that, he picked up back-to-back wins against Seattle and the Mets. Seattle back on the 30th, 5 1/3 with 2 earned runs, and then the Mets 7 innings with 1 earned run. But if you take away that July 12th game against the Padres where he gave up 6 earned runs, his month of July would probably look a lot better. But he ended up going 5 games, 2-0 with a 4.0 ERA. But Shane Drowan, what has he done lately here? He's coming off of a no decision against the Twins where he went 5 innings and gave up 6 earned runs. So you're looking for a bounce-back performance from Shane Drowan. If you look at his month of July, he went 6 games, 3-2 with a 4.00 ERA. And the big one on there was Colorado, where he gave up 5 earned runs. So another big spot here for Shane Drowan. I think, again, as we kind of keep an eye towards the playoffs, he's probably on the outside looking at it in terms of being a starter for the playoff rotation. But if he wants to make sure he makes a good case to be a part of that playoff roster and maybe coming out of the bullpen, these are going to be big starts for the youngster, for Shane Drowan.
It's a crowded room, and I think he's performed well in the roles they've asked him to perform in. But with the emergence of what Dusty May's been able to do, and right now there's a ton of injuries, so he's safe. But you still have JoJo Romero, another trade acquisition from the Cardinals, hurt. So if he comes back in the bullpen, so I think for all the Brewers pitchers, almost right now is kind of a tryout for the postseason roster. Like, perform well, and you'll get a spot. And Drowan, again, he's been really good, so hopefully he has a bounce-back game.
Yeah. I know this series is going to be pumped up, maybe more so from a Brewers fan perspective, but I think this is an important series, not just because of where things are currently at in the standings and the makeup of the Brewers and with the Cubs chasing, but maybe just from a mental side of things. Because, again, what's the mindset of everybody, even down to the trade deadline? It's Dodgers this, it's Dodgers that. You really haven't heard anything about, hey, Cubs behind you, Cubs. Everybody is so focused on the Dodgers. I mean, even with the Skubal trade and, Pat Murphy and the players getting asked about the Dodgers. And I get it, and I understand it. And I know this series isn't going to, determine who's going to win in the postseason if they match up. But how important is this series maybe from just a mentality standpoint for this Brewers team, do you think?
It's got to be pretty important just because you got swept out of the playoffs last year after sweeping them in the regular season. So I get regular season means nothing, but you're going to see their pitchers you're going to see in the postseason.
Right.
You're going to see a really good lineup. And for guys who are struggling, this is a series that now you got to step up because now your team's struggling. Guys like Contreras and Yelich, your team's struggling. You got to step up eventually. I mean, Contreras is on a contract year, or he's going into a contract year. He's got to start playing better. And I think that in terms of just this series overall, the Brewers don't need to win it, but they need to split it.
Yeah, I think, when you factor in everything coming off that sweep by the Padres and with all these injuries, nobody's going to apologize for this.
No.
Nobody's going to feel sorry for you. And, if you want to be a legit World Series contender, you need to show some fight. You need to show some grit in the series. And I agree with you. It is time for Yelich and Contreras to get out of this funk. Your team needs you right now with all these injuries to these position players and the offense not able to put up a ton of runs and score. You got to figure it out. I get it. It's easier for us to sit here and say, okay, you got to play better. They know they got to play better. Everybody in that clubhouse knows that they got to play better, and there's probably no harder critic on themselves than those players themselves. But this is time in a series like this, and given where the Cubs are at and chasing them, you got to step up. No pun intended, but you got to step up to the plate here and start to help out your team. You are the veterans of this group. You are the leaders of this team. And Yelly and Contreras, they got to be playing better, and it's got to start this in this series. Because if they play like this when we get to the postseason, or they're still continuing to play like this, I don't care who they play in that first round, I don't know if it's going to be a deep run. Because your pitching can only do so much, and I don't really fault the pitching for a lot of these games. I know Kyle Harrison had that rough outing the other night, but I mean, Dustin May did, I think, more than what you were hoping for yesterday. And I mean, put your team in a position to win. That offense has to be better. I know they're scoring runs and run differentials up there, but you can't count on this to continue to keep going this way. Yelly and Contreras, they've got to be better.
And I think some of this is, too, they just got to start doing their job. I mean, yesterday in extras, runner at third, one out, we don't get them in.
Yeah.
In the ninth, no, was it the 10th inning? I think second and third, nobody out. We only get one in. You got to start doing your job. That's what the Brewers were doing when they're at their best. They're sack flies. They're putting down sack bunts. They're getting the hits that they need. And right now, they're not really doing any of it. I mean, we had 3 straight strikeouts with the runner at third yesterday. That's not acceptable at any age group.
No.
And I think when the Brewers are at their best, not only are they not striking out, but they're just doing their job, and they each have one. And that's why they're so good, because as a collective, they all just do their job. But now, I feel really bad for Bryce Terang, because he's really the only one who hasn't slumped this year.
Yeah.
And you get to that part in the lineup, he's your only hope right now. And he had the single yesterday to score a run, and I just think they got to get back to Brewers baseball. They're trying to play too much like the Cubs, like the Dodgers. They just got to get back to Brewers baseball.
I feel like Terang, and I had to double check, but it's almost like Terang is quietly hitting well as of late. And I don't know if that's because everybody else has just been bad, but I had to look it up. And I mean, his last 30 at-bats, he's hitting 300. In his last 15 games, he's hitting 290. So, I mean, he's producing. It's just he's also in that part of the lineup where not a lot of people are getting on for him, right? Because in his 62 at-bats, his 18 hits, he's had 14 RBIs. But it's like just there's not a ton of other production around him, and I think that's why it's maybe quietly, not getting recognized, because nobody else is hardly doing anything. And you're right. I mean, there's been a couple, maybe a week or two, where Terang struggled a little bit, but for the most part, he's been pretty consistent throughout this season. And I mean, you even look at like Cheerio in his last 24 at bats is 250. not awful, but I mean, these are the guys that right now, when times are tough and you're going through injuries, you need the Cheerios, you need the Contreras and the Yelich's to step up and carry this team.
And maybe we miss Sal Frelick more than we thought. I mean, Sal Frelick is a guy that does his job on a night-to-night basis. He plays good defense, and he's going to hit a sac fly when you need. And I love Luis Lara. I think he's a really good player. But he strikes out too much with runners in scoring position. Maybe Sal Frelick is more important than we thought. And I think that's what we're asking ourselves right now because we're trying to figure out what's happening. Who's the important piece that we're missing? But just do your job is going to go a long ways in this series.
I think the one player, too, who is really hurting his stock going forward, maybe for the future, and they continue to kind of put him in those spots. Garrett Mitchell is not hitting. I mean, he was on that hot streak. When Lara got called up, it's like, oh, okay, know. But now in his last 100 at-bats, 200. His last 48 at-bats, 146. He hasn't produced a ton. I mean, his last 100 at-bats, 7 RBIs. That's it. So, I mean, you throw him in there, and he was batting in the third spot for the longest time because they're trying to find something. But you got a guy who's hitting in the 100s in your third spot. Contreras is struggling. Yelich is struggling. It's like, what else do you do? Vaughn's been hitting in that third spot, but Vaughn isn't like Vaughn from last year. Vaughn's having a solid, but the power-wise, he's not hitting home runs like he was last year. And so it's like, it's one of those where I kind of don't envy Murphy here at this point because what kind of lineup do you throw out there to try to get some sort of production going here?
I mean, right now you have Jackson Churio, Bryce Turing, and Jake Bowers.
Yeah.
And the other 6 are hit or miss. And that's not a great spot to be in if you're Murph.
Right. I mean, if you can't count on, again, Contreras and Yelly to be producers at the plate, it puts you in a big bind. So I will say this, with Garrett Mitchell playing as poorly as he is offensively, maybe not to look too far ahead, but if Lara is more of a center fielder.
There you go.
Salvatore. We need the fall of Salvatore now. Not the fall of Grace, the rise, summer of Sal last year. We need Sal back this year. So I'm just saying. I should see what is he doing at AAA right now as a DH. Can I find that here really quick? Probably not quick enough.
Yesterday on the broadcast, they said he was 2 for 9.
Okay. All right. Well.
With a walk. Yeah.
But he's going to battle at the plate, right?
Yeah.
So he'll be fine. He'll be good. All right. I don't know if I want him up if he's only going to be a DH though at this point.
No.
That's I'm like,
He's not a DH type.
No. All right, we got to take a quick break as we start to wrap up the first hour. We'll be right back after these quick words. When it comes to feeding your family, quality matters, and for great tasting meats, you don't have to look any further than Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From fresh cuts of beef and pork to delicious brats, steaks, and all of your favorites for the grill, Mike's Star Market brings you the quality and service that you can expect from a true local butcher shop. Whether you're firing up the grill, planning a family meal, or stocking up the freezer, stop by Mike's Star Market and experience the difference of shopping local. Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. Quality meats, hometown service, and a tradition that you can taste. Our buddy Mark with a quick message saying, I'm feeling our buddy G-Man's optimism this morning. Brew Crew wins at 3 of 4 from the Dodgers. I think we would all be ecstatic if they could take the series from the Dodgers here. So, but again, it's going to be a late one. So 9:10 first pitch. You can listen to that game on the radio dials, 105.1 FM and 790 AM. Then we'll maybe watch a little bit of the Packers preseason game, which we'll talk some football coming up here in the next hour. But with preseason game numero uno coming up here for the Pack, give me your players. Give me 5 players that you're going to be paying extra attention to. Like if you were to put your scouting cap on and watching tonight's game, who are you going to be watching? Who are you going to be maybe focusing on the most? All right, you can hit us up, 715-830-1912, or hang out in that Section 105 chat room. Don't forget also to send us your 3-ups and your 3 downs, kind of like stock reports, 3-ups and 3 downs. So, but let's say this. Let's ask this. For the Brewers to take this series against the Dodgers, who is the key player in this series for the Brewers to help propel that? Is it Yelich? Is it Contreras?
I think it's got to be Contreras.
Yeah.
I think the minute Contreras breaks out of his slump, that's when the Brewers are going to fully take off. And I honestly think it could be any time. I mean, he seemed more on the baseball at the plate as we get more into the season. I mean, he's not making good contact, but his swing is fine. So, but I think it all starts with Contreras because our pitching's been really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know who else is going to step up because I don't know if Yelich will break out because he's just so old and so injury riddled. But Contreras is still young and in his prime and supposed to be. I mean, I think we can all agree Contreras is probably supposed to be the second best player on this team, besides Jacob Mizorowski. So he's got to figure it out eventually.
So essentially, because what I was going to ask too is who do you have more confidence in to get on a little bit of a hot streak? It's probably Contreras.
In my opinion, yeah. I just don't know if we've seen the best of Yelich in his Brewers uniform. Like, I love Yelich. I'm glad he's still on the team, but he's gotten older and he just looks like he's guessing at the plate and no swing, looks confident, and it's a struggle to watch him at the plate right now.
It's one of those, is like when he hit the 2-run home run, it's like, okay, come on, just build it. It's like he has these moments. He had the RBI after Pat Murphy called out fans to kind of say, can you, let's build them up a little bit more. And it's just, it's one of those where it's the consistency part. There's been, a couple good hits here, but man, can he just put it together and go on a streak? Can we stack that success? And we haven't been able to see that for pretty much the whole season for Yelich. I mean, yeah, he had some good moments in there, but and I know we keep saying this, his career is such a weird career when you really look at it. When you look at the whole landscape of Yelich's career, he wasn't a big home run hitter when he was with the Marlins, but man, he got on base. And then all of a sudden he became a home run hitter when he came to the Brewers, and then he fractures the kneecap, and then it's like, kind of up and down. It's like, okay, but then we'll just take the Yelich version of the Marlins. But then he starts hitting home runs again, but then he gets hurt. And it's like, how would you describe Yelich's career? I don't know how off the top of my head, I don't know what words I would use. Like, I don't know if inconsistent is the right way because he did win an MVP, probably would have won back-to-back MVPs. So I think inconsistent kind of gives it too much of a negative thing. It's such a weird career arc for a guy that, gosh, his first 2 years with the Brewers was like, holy moly. And you have to sit there and wonder, did that kneecap screw everything up?
I think it was more the back almost than the kneecap, just because I think his back is still bothering him. I think the concerning part for Yelich is he's not even getting on base. And I watched him try to bunt the other day, and that didn't work either. So he's not doing the little things right, which is leading to problems at the plate because, I mean, he's chasing so much. He can't hit a lefty right now.
No, it's how many times have we seen the ground out to first or to second base, right? I mean, it just
on a slider like right down the middle too.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but I think we can all kind of picture it. Like I can picture the swing, and it's just like a little chopper to the infield, and it's like, just get a little bit more lift on that thing, and or even go like old Yelly and go a little oppo on some of that, but. Like he had the home run with the oppo.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, here, come on now. Is this going to be breaking the door open? No. So, but hey, maybe against the Dodgers he could do that. Wasn't it Ryan Braun that had really good numbers? I think the Dodgers every time they played, or was it Yelich? Somebody had like good numbers all the time going up against the Dodgers, and they're both California guys. So let's show up in front of your home base, if you will. All right, just a couple minutes left to the top of the hour. So again. We're going to kick off the second hour chatting some Packers football as we get set for preseason game number 1. Green Bay taking on Green Bay East in the Pittsburgh Steelers. So who are the 5 players or the 5 things, if you will, that you are going to be paying attention to the most? All right, put on your scouting caps and send them on over. Text it 715-830-1912 or hit us up on the Section 105 chat room. All right, who are the 5 players that you're going to be kind of really focusing in on tonight? So we'll hit that up. Also, Jake will be joining us in about an hour and a half, so send over those questions to us for Jake Warden, our conservation warden buddy, so we can get those on over to him. I know next week, for all of us deer hunters, the antlerless tags go on sale. So put that on the calendar, on your alarms, on your phone to make sure that you're able to scoop some of those up. So, but we'll continue to talk some more baseball throughout the program here too, with the Brewers getting set for a big 4-game series with the Dodgers starting tonight. Shane Drowan is on the mound. Not to look too far ahead, but I'm really looking forward to that Logan Henderson and Tarek Skubal start because of all the storylines following that one. So I know from a matchup, people would love to see Miz and Skubal. Miz is getting to start beforehand, but just with the trade stories and rumors, I hope Logan Henderson dominates that game and just balls out. So, but we'll take it one game at a time with Shane Drowan getting the start here for the Crew, and then it's Robert Gasser tomorrow. For the Brewers, and then Mizorowski, and then Logan Henderson. So, but all right, we might as well ask the same question that we did yesterday. Sweat scale, how you feeling, Brewers fans, on a scale of 1 to 10? You can let us know if you want. But all right, shot clock's gonna cut me off here in a few seconds. We've got some news updates. Your latest forecast, and then we'll kick off the second hour. We're actually going to see a football game. I know, all jokes aside, it's a preseason game. I get it, but it's football, okay? We're going to see that tonight. Let's talk about it. Let's preview it. Coming up after these quick words. Cruising on through. We are on to the second hour on this Thursday morning. A big thanks for making us a part of your starts if you are up and at it here this morning. Whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, or maybe online at sportstalk1051.com. You got your app. Download it, take it on the go. You got your smart devices like Alexa, and, of course, the video stream that is up and rolling. We spent the first hour talking some Brewers as they get swept by the Padres, and now we'll begin a 4-game series with the Dodgers starting tonight. We'll get back to some more Brewers talk and more baseball talk coming up a little bit later on. Again, the Express also falling last night in their playoff game against St. Cloud, 1 game short of advancing to the Northwoods League Championship. So, but a big-time shout-out to everybody at the Express for a very, 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 very fun and awesome season. We got football tonight as the Packers will be taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, I mean, it sounds like we're going to see some of the starters play in this game, which includes Jordan Love, includes Aaron Rodgers. So we'll just see how long, or as Matt LaFleur said, he reserves the right to change his mind, which, I mean, he has done that before. So we'll see how it all kind of plays out and how long those starters will go out there and play. But with the first game coming up here, and I get it, people are like, oh, it's preseason, it's not real football. Well, you know, it's our first glimpse for a lot of the younger guys, for maybe Brandon Cisse or maybe some pivotal backups. I look at this is how I approach preseason games. I approach it, you're not going to get schemes. You're not going to get fancy play calls. You know, I hope, at least. Yeah. I don't want them to do that because that's just dumb to open up your playbook. So, okay, who's going to win their one-on-ones? Who's going to win? Who's going to do their jobs? Who's going to, you know, kind of stand out? And that's how I approach this. And after a few weeks now of practice, you know, we've heard about different players kind of like, okay, they're having a really good training camp. Well, now let's see it in action too, right? Going up against somebody besides their teammates, maybe a little bit more physical. I know they have padded practices and that, but this is a game, all right? This is a game, and for the likes of a Love or a Christian Watson and those guys, I mean, no, I don't want them to play a whole lot. I don't want them to get hurt, but I want to see some of these other guys that are maybe going to have their numbers called on at some point this season. You know, when that backup is called and, all right, due to an injury, and you don't know who they are, this is the time to kind of get to know who these guys are. That's kind of how I approach these preseason games, is like, okay, if that guy's number is called in the regular season, what does he bring to the table here? So, with this game coming up here, who are some of the players that you will be paying attention to the most, or who will you be watching tonight? We'll start off with you, intern. I got a few texts to get to, but who are some of the players off the top of your head that you will be paying attention to the most?
Obviously, I mean, our kicker situation with Smack is one I'm going to be paying attention to. I've heard some good things out of Cisse at training camp, so he's another one. I mean, even Marshawn Lloyd, see what he brings to the table in more preseason action. But I think the main one I'll be watching is just what Lucas Van Ness does, because I do think he's going to get meaningful playing time, and I think he's going to play a lot. He's got to show out.
Yeah,
especially when he's not playing against the ones.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to have a preseason because we're going to need him in the regular season. And this is kind of his year. I mean, he's going into a contract year. He's got to earn it now. And if he were to be even somewhat of the draft pick that we spent on him, we'd be so much better and so much further along defensively than we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's the main player I'll be watching.
I've got 5 names. If I had to put my top 5, you already mentioned a couple of those. Trace Mack, of course.
Yeah.
And honestly, let's kick a bunch of field goals tonight.
Yeah.
Let's just kick a bunch of field goals.
First down, kick it.
Yeah. I mean, you get field goal right. Let's just kick it. Okay. Let's get this guy some work in and just let's see that. I don't care if we get into a field goal game.
Mm-hmm.
I want as many kickoff or kick attempts as possible. So, of course, Trace Mack. Brandon Cisse, you mentioned it. I think now he's cornerback number 1.
I do too.
I don't know if that's a good thing or however you approach it, but he's going to be a starter now. I feel like he is going to open up week 1 as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe initially they were going to roll with Valentine and Nixon. I think the Valentine injury, kind of puts that down. Nixon has not been performing well. Cisse is CB1 now.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a first glimpse for a lot of people to kind of see him in action. And I don't know what the plan is for the Steelers, but hey, let's line him up against DK.
Yeah.
And just go one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's get him a little bit of that experience. You mentioned him too, Marshawn Lloyd. I don't know how many reps they're going to give him, but just please stay healthy to preseason. Don't pull a hammy. Don't do anything in these games. But I think the talent is there. We've seen glimpses of it, but dude, just stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just stop. Can you do it? So, and then 2 other wild cards. I'm gonna go Baron Sorrell because he seems to be the leader in the clubhouse, to be the starter opposite of Lucas Van Ness until Micah Parsons comes back. So I want to see him. We got to see glimpses of him towards the last year, and we saw some good things.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this 3-4 style defense is probably going to be better suited for him instead of a 4-3 end defensive end. So I want to see a little bit from him. And then Jacob Monk, because we've been hearing about him more in training camp. And with Anthony Belt not having a great camp, questions about Aaron Banks, you talk about injuries, there's a very good chance Jacob Monk could be a starter week 1 on this team. Now, he is a center, too. Could it be possible he's center, Sean Ryan kicks over, or does he open up as guard? I don't know, but Jacob Monk might be a guy to kind of watch in these preseason games. I really think he could be a guy that if he has a solid showing or continues to have a solid showing in these games, he might be a week 1 starter for Green Bay. I mean, when you got Matt LaFleur the other day saying this is a guy that just does all the right things, you talk about a guy that with, this is exactly the type of guy we want and all that. That's high praise. And with Belton kind of getting relegated down to the 2s, and he acknowledged he has not been playing well, look at Jacob Monk as that guy, as potentially being a starter. I think probably still at guard, but he is a center by trade, I believe from Duke. He went to college. So those are my 5.
And I think in terms of Jacob Monk, I mean, we always need offensive line depth.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, we look at what injuries we had at the end of last year. We were spotty going into the playoff game with the Bears, and it kind of showed. It flashed at the end of the game when they had some big sacks on Jordan Love, especially that big sack on the last drive that gave the ball back. So I think depth is always an issue. So if he balls out and becomes the best backup offensive lineman, I mean, that's just fine by me too.
Right. Yeah. And so I think you look at we could say the offensive line as a whole too, right? Yeah. For a lot of these, because even the starters, and when we open up training camp, we kind of knew who the starters were, at least on paper. I think that's changed here a little bit. But if we go back, there was questions about depth. Mm-hmm. Okay, Kennard's going to be the backup right tackle, swing tackle. But now you're hearing a little bit more about John Williams. It's like, oh, could he be the backup left tackle? You're hearing a lot of good stuff about him. So I'm really curious to see these offensive linemen, the 2s and the 3s, kind of what are they going to bring to the table? Because, we heard a lot about Burton in the offseason, the rookie. So I want to see these depth guys because, again, you don't want it to happen, but odds are offensive line is probably going to have some injuries. So we're going to see some of these backups get some playing time, whether it's they're going to be starting some games or they're going to be coming into a game. You're going to see some offensive linemen. And I think, we opened up training camp with questions about the depth and the talent. Maybe some of those questions will be hopefully answered in these preseason games and be getting our first glimpse here too.
Well, and you're already needing the depth a little bit because Aaron Banks is already injured. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's always helpful.
Yeah, I don't know if they'd cut him because of the salary cap implications. But if he didn't have salary cap implications, I think he'd be the veteran cut at cut. That was not a good signing by
that
Goody.
whole free agency. I mean, Nate Hobbs too.
Yep, exactly. That's
rough.
That was rough. So I would not be surprised though to see Banks benched in the regular season. Even if he opens up the season as a starter, it could be a whole Jeff Saturday situation from years ago where he opens up and then it's like Evan Dietrich Smith comes in and replaces him. It's not been a great tenure for Aaron Banks with the Packers. So there's a few other honorable mention names and positions that we're going to kind of talk about, but we got to take a quick break and continue to send us. We've got Mark saying the kicker. C-Bomb says Brandon Cisse, Marshawn Lloyd, Dennis Sutton, Franklin, and Trey Smack. We've got Zach on the video stream saying I'm paying attention to the corners, but mainly I'll be watching what the offensive line does. All right. Also, we got 3 ups. It'd be nice if the Brewers win the series and take 3 out of 4. Oh, I see what you did there. So what about your 3 downs? Probably the opposite then. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. Back with more Packers talk coming up after these quick words. The countdown to fall sports is on. From Friday night football to volleyball, soccer, cross country. Athletes across the Chippewa Valley are getting ready to compete. But when injuries happen, getting the right care matters. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine specializes in helping athletes getting back into the game with expert orthopedic care, sports medicine, and treatment that you can trust. Whether you are a weekend warrior or a high school athlete chasing your goals, their team is here to help keep you moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, your partner in staying active, healthy, and ready for the season ahead. So, who are some players that you will be paying attention to the most in tonight's preseason game numero uno for the Packers? We've thrown a few out there. May I throw up a suggestion or a nomination too? How about the defensive line as well? And again, I think we need to preface all this too. There's gonna be no scheming, so let's not get all wound up in overreaction Friday, depending on how this thing goes, and be like, oh, that was kind of very blah. I hope it's blah.
Yeah.
I hope it's vanilla. I don't want Jonathan Gannon to showcase what he's doing, or Matthew LaFleur and whatever. I want it vanilla. But defensive line, okay, I want to see the rookie. I want to see McKellen. I mean, we've heard a little bit from him at camp, but not a whole lot. So I want to see what he's able to do, because we're not going to see Hargrave. We're not going to see Devontae Wyatt. So how about him? How about Stackhouse? How about Warren Brinson? Because, again, kind of like the offensive line, we're going to see some of those guys, whether it's injury or rotation. They rotate those defensive linemen. I think that's going to be one to kind of watch here tonight, the big boys up front. And we haven't – I don't know. I mean – for a little bit here and there, but I want to see the rookie tonight, because it seems like they really like him when they first drafted him, and he's a kind of a physical freak. Let's see him in action. Let's see him win some one-on-ones tonight against the Steelers O-line.
And I think in a perfect world, they want to rotate a lot this year.
Yep.
They want to keep bodies strong, healthy, and not fatigued, fresh. So I think if he were to go ball out, I mean, that just adds to our defense.
Yep. Yeah. Kind of the same with the other edge rushers too, right? They're going to probably want a rotation, and I'm one though. If you've got Micah Parsons, you keep him out as much as possible.
We don't need Rashawn Gary,
right?
We have Micah Parsons.
Yep. But we mentioned Barron Sorrell, Sutton, the rookie, Colin Oliver. I think is an intriguing player. Last year missed all of this time, came back at the end of the season. Got some playing time with Barron Sorrell. This is another guy that I think is going to be way better suited for this style of defense, because remember when he was drafted last year, I mean, he was a sack guy, but it's like, where does he fit because of his body type in a 4-3? He was too small to be DN, but is he a linebacker when he's more of a pass rusher? He fits this style of defense a lot better, and the fact that we didn't get to see him a whole lot last year, I'm excited to see Colin Oliver on the field and seeing what he can do and getting after the quarterback, because let's go with the mindset, pin your ears back and go.
Yeah.
And see if you can get after that quarterback. That's kind of what I want to see too.
And he was really good at college at Oklahoma State before he got injured. And I mean, he was in all the mocks a first-round pick until he got injured. So there's definitely some potential there. And he kind of flashed a little bit in the Vikings game last year.
Yep.
And everything out of practice has been good. So it's exciting.
Yeah. One name, Albert Breer mentioned him in his Packers training camp notebook the other day. And his first couple of years have been kind of quiet, but he is a third-round pick. I wonder how big of a preseason this is going to be for Tyron Hopper. The backup linebacker, obviously we know the starters with Cooper and Zaire Franklin and Isaiah McDuffie. Those are your top three. But I think this is going to be a really, really interesting big preseason camp for him, because your other linebackers, you got Nick Niemann, who's a special teams guy. Christian Welch is out there. He's a special teams guy. Hopper's got speed. He's got some athleticism, but I think we need to see it all come together in year 3 for him. And Breer mentioned him as a possible dark horse type of player. So I want to see him out there on that field and making some plays too, because they did invest a third-round pick. And I know some people are like, well, it wasn't a first. Third round is still fairly high to invest into a guy. I mean, if you're picking somebody in the third round, you envision him as being a contributor, not just somebody sitting at the end of the bench or being, a game day inactive. This is a guy that you envision being a contributor. So I think this is a big preseason for somebody like him who's entering his third year, and we haven't seen a whole lot from him at this point. So.
Yeah, and going into year 3, again, you're behind Franklin and Cooper, but those are really good guys to learn from.
Yep.
And he should have taken something from Cooper and Quay. I know Quay wasn't great, but, I mean, he was good enough to learn from. So, like you said, he's got to flash a little bit to show he deserves a spot. And even if he can get us special teams tackles.
Yeah.
We'll take that.
Yep. Might be big just in terms of who's going to play tight end because Tucker's not playing. Luke Musgrave's not playing. Who the heck else is playing for tight end? So this might be a job where it's like, hey, whoever plays the best, you're number 2. You're going to be getting a lot of reps unless they make a move somewhere. But there's going to be a lot of names, I think, on that tight end list that a lot of fans are like, who? Who's that guy? This is a big moment for some of those guys because if none of those guys kind of ball out or stand out, if I'm Brian Gutekunst, I'm looking elsewhere for a tight end. Right now, I'm still looking elsewhere for a tight end. But I don't know if he's going to do that. You're starting to see some teams sign some veterans, like Darren Waller just signed with the Panthers. But if I'm Goody, I'm looking at this like, okay, I got to go find somebody. But if I'm Josh Weil, if I'm Drake Dabney, if I'm, Messiah Swinton, whoever.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah, right. Give me the ball. I want to showcase what I can. This is an opportunity for him. It's definitely an opportunity, but I'm nervous with this group.
I think the Packers are showing a lot of faith in Luke Musgrave right now that they haven't signed a backup tight end. I don't know what they think of him, but if they didn't expect a lot out of him, I mean, Jonnu Smith's a free agent. Mm-hmm. He's played in Matt LaFleur's system in Tennessee. I would sign him, and if you pair them, I mean, he's a really good tight end with Tucker Kraft. All of a sudden, that's a really good position group. That's who I would love them to get. But at the same time, you never know if Luke Musgrave. So
well, it's the neck injury that's just making me nervous. And the fact that I think it was last week or the week before, Goody said we haven't reevaluated yet because it's a timing thing. And I'm like, that does not bode well either.
Same thing happened with A.J. Dillon. Yeah. He was out a whole year.
Yeah. And I know they're really cautious when it comes to neck injuries, which you should be.
Yeah.
But your window's now. Knock on wood, something happens to Tucker. You're like, what? You're like, who else? I know they lost Jermichael in 2010. Donald Lee ain't walking through that door. Andrew Corliss ain't walking through that door. That group is uninspiring.
And you look at what happened when Tucker Kraft went down last year, our offense kind of collapsed on itself. So they've got to have somebody who can fill those shoes, and there's nobody on the roster right now that can.
Nope, I agree. Wide receiver-wise, we know the top 3. Yep. It's pretty cut and dry. It sounds, listening to Goody a little bit, I'm curious to see what Sky Moore is going to do from an offensive standpoint. I'm not putting a whole lot of this is going to be a guy that's going to get you 600, 700 yards receiving. But maybe certain packages. Savion Williams, I think we got to see a little bit more from this year. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at him. Bo Melton. Isaiah Nair has been making some plays in camp, it sounds like. So outside of the top 3, I think Sky Moore makes it. So maybe we say top 4. Yeah. Savion's going to make it. But I think we just want to see the growth, from a Savion Williams because you're hearing a lot of people talk about him as a wild card type of player. Last year he comes in and it fit the draft profile on him where they said it might take a year, find certain packages for him to get involved until he could kind of, all right. They kind of did that last year to a T. Now let's see. Again, this was it a 3rd-round pick?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3rd-round pick. Obviously, they view him as a contributor. I think we got to see something now.
Yeah, and like you mentioned with Tyron Hopper, as a 3rd-round pick, you can't just be a gadget player.
Yeah.
So Savion's got to show something, especially in the wide receiver room. This is the least depth we've had in a long time. Mm-hmm. So it gives him an opportunity to step up. And even though he shouldn't have been playing over Golden last year, he didn't really flash at all. I mean, he had that one touchdown, but nothing really happened. So it gives him an opportunity to step up, and we're probably going to need him this year. Mm-hmm. So he's another guy to watch tonight.
Yeah. There's a lot of guys to watch, and that's where if you are maybe a Debbie Downer when it comes to preseason games, look at all these names that we're mentioning and just kind of like, okay, watch for this guy, watch for this guy, watch for that guy. What is he going to do? And there's a lot. Just put your scout. That's how I put my scouting cap on. And you can kind of act. We all act like a Monday morning quarterback after games and general managers and coaches. This is how I approach preseason games is like, put your scout, put your GM cap on. Who stood out? Who who deserves a spot, especially on the offensive line and defensive line.
Yeah.
You're going to see these backups play, right? I mean, we're going to see these guys play. John Williams has been making some noise in camp. He might be your backup left tackle. If you haven't heard that guy's name before, you're not the only one. But this is why you pay attention. So if his number is called, pay attention. So this is how I kind of approach it, and I'm just glad we get football back.
Yeah, the football's back. Football's back.
That's the main thing. So let's talk some more football here. I'm going to throw a what if. I know it's not Wednesday. We usually do a what if Wednesday. I wish I would have thought of this yesterday, but I'm going to throw a what if when it comes to somebody on the other sideline today for tonight's game. And I'm going to talk a little Michael McCarthy coming up after these quick words. It happens every single year. 1 minute you're grilling some burgers, heading to the lake, and watching the kids play outside. And the next thing you know it, you're shopping for school supplies and wondering where the heck summer went. Well, before the backpacks come out and the busy fall schedule takes over, now is the perfect time to freshen up your home with new flooring from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether it's soft new carpet for the family room, durable luxury vinyl planks for those for maybe some muddy rooms or muddy boots or throughout the whole home, the team at Carpet City Flooring Center will help you find the perfect floor for your family and your budget. They are locally owned, they know Wisconsin homes, and they're committed to making the process easy from start to finish. Make the most of these last weeks of summer. Stop on in to Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire today, because home is where Wisconsin families make their best memories. I want to play a little what if here, because obviously we know going over to Pittsburgh, a lot of Green Bay connections there. James Cameron, a lot of the assistant coaches, Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy, the two big ones. And you're seeing, a lot of Rodgers and McCarthy asking a lot of questions or answering a lot of questions about, their time together, reuniting, obviously, with what they were with together in Green Bay. I want to throw a what if, because I think Mike McCarthy is kind of a lightning rod of a topic for Packers fans. He does have a Super Bowl championship with the team. And, I feel like a lot of people don't give him enough credits for, they just say, well, he had Aaron Rodgers. I would flip it and say Aaron Rodgers had Mike McCarthy to kind of help develop him. I want to throw kind of a weird what if. What if, hear me out here, what if Ted Thompson had retired earlier? And let's say Goody would have been general manager for a few years. I know Goody was GM for like half of Mike McCarthy's final season. But towards the end, those final few years, and I'm not trying to knock Ted Thompson, but let's say Mike McCarthy had a different GM his last few years in Green Bay. A little bit more aggressive in free agency with the back end of Aaron Rodgers' career. A little bit more, pushing the chips in the middle. Would Mike McCarthy have another Super Bowl with Green Bay?
It's hard.
Would he be viewed upon better, maybe worse? And let's assume that the new GM would keep Mike McCarthy. Let's assume that. We could say maybe let's make it a little bit easier. We've kind of seen a track record now of Goody, right? He's a little bit more aggressive in free agency. He's been aggressive with trades. Micah Parsons. Let's say he becomes the general manager in 2014, 2015, right after they went to the NFC Championship game against Seattle. They were that close. Does Green Bay have another title if Mike McCarthy has a different general manager at the back end?
That's a good question. I mean, the hard part is like what would he have done differently?
Mm-hmm.
Like trying to think back and try to predict what he have done differently.
I look at, scroll down just a skosh more. Go right up. The 2017, that 2016 NFC Championship game. Remember that season, they went on that run. I think we can run the table. It was that year, the 4-6 Packers. And they threw out their Ladarius Gunter at corner, their number one corner, a lot of those guys. Would they have been in that situation with a maybe more aggressive general manager where they would have been maybe better depth, better prepared, better talent? Because let's say after that 2014 NFC Championship game, they're like, okay, we're going to, Ted Thompson says, I'm going to retire. I'm going to move on. They promote Goody. Okay, we got a good team. Where can we maybe be just a little bit more aggressive? Building upon that 2014 season.
I mean, maybe. The hard part is Goody's a really good GM. He just doesn't draft well either, or hasn't drafted great. And so I think that kind of plays into it a little bit there because in that season, like you said, I mean, we weren't supposed to be in the playoffs after the start we had. And the run so they wouldn't have been buyers at the trade deadline. They wouldn't have added anybody specifically. I mean, it took an incredible throw and catch from Aaron Rodgers to James Cook to get us to that game and an actual kicker. But that's a good question. I mean, you kind of look at where we're going this year with the cornerback room and a lot of similarities.
I don't know. I was thinking about that last night, kind of because there's been so many interviews with Mike McCarthy, and we know we're told this is Rodgers' last year. I shouldn't say we know, but I mean, that's what he's saying. And I honestly believe it is going to be his last year.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. Part of me wants to say yes. It is a big unknown. We don't know, right? We won't know how it's all gonna play out. It's a nice what if. It's a nice kind of barstool, banter with your friends type of conversation. But were they a couple pieces away from potentially going to another? It's hard. I mean, when you have Aaron Rodgers still playing at a higher level, you had younger Devontae Adams. You had you had that offensive line. Were they if they just add a couple more defensive pieces in free agency with the new GM, or they make a trade? It's hard not to think. Does Mike McCarthy get too much flack because of the end of Ted Thompson's tenure as general manager, where Ted Thompson didn't do enough to put him in a position?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I mean, Goody's done all he can to get us in position. So I just think the hard part is I do think Ted Thompson put us in some positions to win. And I hate to bring it up, but I mean, 2014, we recover an onside kick. We're in the Super Bowl. I mean,
that's not Ted Thompson's fault.
Not at all. In 2016, the Falcons were just better.
Yep.
But then you go down the line, and we've had some pretty talented teams, and we just haven't been able to get over the hump.
And I think the knock on Thompson for those teams were they were so young. If they would have had a couple more veterans, would that have pushed them over the top?
Yeah, and that's reasonable.
But you also look at the other NFC Championship game against Tampa Bay. It's like
San Francisco. I mean, and even look at this last year. I mean, Goody didn't really go out and add many veterans. He added Hargrave, but last year we couldn't recover an onside kick either. So I think they're Ted Thompson and Brian Gutekunst. They're very similar GMs, but I think that's a good question.
I think I don't think Ted Thompson would have traded 2 first-round picks for Mike.
I don't think so.
That I don't think he would have went on the spending spree that he did in was it 2019, 2020 was Zadarius and Preston Smith and Adrian Amos. And I remember doing the show that morning. I'm like, oh, that's cool. 5 minutes, another one? 5 minutes, another one? I was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Or even cutting Aaron Jones and signing Josh Jacobs. I don't think that move would have been done by Ted Thompson.
No. But it is something just to kind of think about. And I know people say what you want about Mike McCarthy's record. Should he have had another Super Bowl? Probably with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, they made a few championships, and remember too, he made one with Favre, with that 2007 season. I just wondered, was he given enough resources towards the back end? That it's something that that we'll never know the real answer, right? I mean, we'll not. I mean, you look at the Rams. They're saying screw those picks again and going all for it.
But it worked.
It worked.
And they're right back.
And they got another aging quarterback, so they're like, let's try it again. Let's try to get another one. Because it's all about winning now, right?
Yep.
So
you worry about your future later.
Right.
Well, and the Rams did a good job of mortgaging their future because they're right back here with a team that's ready to win another Super Bowl.
Yep. So, all right. Let's take our final break here as we start to wrap up the second hour, and we'll hit halftime Don't forget to send us your questions for Mr. Boakes, Conservation Warden for the great state of Wisconsin. Text those on over to our Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. We'll take a quick break and back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. If you're from Wisconsin, you know that there is something special about this time of year. The days are getting a little shorter. The evenings are starting to cool off. And before you know it, hunting season will be here. That means now is the time to get your gear ready. Whether you need a new firearm, ammunition, optics, maybe some other accessories, or just some advice, make Tilden Gun your very first stop. The folks at Tilden Gun aren't just there to help sell you equipment. They're hunters too. They know what works. They're happy to answer your questions, and they'll help make sure that you're ready long before opening morning arrives. So don't wait until the last minute. Stop by Tilden Gun, get geared up, and start counting down the days to another great Wisconsin fall. Tilden Gun, helping Wisconsin hunters make the most of every season. Happy hunting and good luck this upcoming fall. Maybe you're getting set for bear hunting. Trying to do a segue for Packers Bears because there's a Bears thing. Possibly today. So this was from yesterday. There's a report that we could find out today or make it official that the Bears will be in Indiana.
Yep.
And here's a little fun nugget with this thing. So this is from Ben Devine. He had tweeted out yesterday. A finalized stadium deal is expected tomorrow with the Bears landing in Indiana. Per source, Indiana is so heavily incentivizing the deal as to include a name change with Indiana in the team name when the stadium completes. If you are a Bears fan, I need to know your thoughts on that. Now, I'm still skeptical that they would actually change the name from Chicago Bears to Indiana Bears or the Gary Bears. Anything other than Chicago Bears, I would be surprised. But if it were to happen, I need to know from Bears fans what your thoughts would be, what your reaction would be to that. I could say, just as a Packers fan, it'd be weird. I don't even know if I'd like it because I think it kind of takes away a little bit from the historicness, the rivalry part of it. It's like it's always Green Bay, Chicago, and I don't know if we talk about players in different jerseys and how weird that is. This would take the cake in terms of like teams. Like I still say San Diego Chargers.
Yeah,
I'm getting better with the Raiders. This would take the cake if it was the Indiana Bears. Like nothing, I don't think, could ever compete to that. At least the Chiefs, they're moving to a different state. They might just drop the city and still be like Kansas Chiefs or something like that. This would be completely different. I'm still skeptical whether that would happen. But I got to know, if you're a Bears fan and all of a sudden, let's say today, you find out it's going to be the Indiana Bears and no longer the Chicago Bears, what would your thought be?
I think, like you said, it does take away some historical significance. Just because when you go back through the records, I mean, it's Packers-Bears, or Packers-Chicago. But I think that rivalry will still be there for now. Mm-hmm. But it would be weird to try to call them Indiana. Yeah, Indiana.
I couldn't do it. I don't know if I could do it.
Like, that's the Colts, Indianapolis.
Right.
The Colts, not the Bears.
I mean, if they're called, like, Indiana Bears, if you're the Colts and like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like, what, hold on, pump the brakes here for a sec. Also, wouldn't it be weird that Indiana would have 2 football teams in the state of Illinois would be 0 sort of thing? But
wow.
I'm still, I don't want to get into the politics of it all. Yeah. I'm still shocked that this is going to happen, that the Bears are leaving Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. When you look at a lot of teams, the Giants, Jets, technically they're in New Jersey. I understand that. San Francisco, Dallas. I remember as a kid watching Cowboys games and, they'd say at the bottom where it's at, it says Irving, Texas. And I'm like, what? But they're the Dallas guy. Like, it never dawned on me as a young kid. And technically, if you want, you can say, well, Ashwaubenon is where Lambeau Field. Okay. Go across this road and then you're fine. It's like us. We're technically in Altoona. Our address right now, the studio is Altoona. Go right over there. It's Eau Claire. So that's it's weird. It would be weird, and I know the distance isn't that far off, but a name change? I don't know about that.
I think it's just funny that, I mean, both teams are extremely historical, but the fact that we, without an owner, have been able to keep our team in this state, and they can't. Like, that's just weird to me.
So let me spin this then and turn it into a Packers question. What if Green Bay said, all right, we're going to become the Wisconsin Packers? What would Packers fans' reactions be to that? It's still Wisconsin.
Yeah.
It doesn't say Green Bay, though.
I wouldn't like it.
I was going to say, I don't think a majority would like it, even though it would still be Wisconsin. The fact that it's Green Bay, though.
Yeah.
Green Bay. I think a majority would not like it.
Mm-mm.
Even though it would still be, everything else is the same. Lambeau Field is the same. You still play in Green Bay. We're just going to say we're the Wisconsin Packers. I don't think people would get on board with that.
I wouldn't. Mm-mm. I don't know why, but it just doesn't have the ring to it.
It's so ingrained, I think. That's what we know. It's the G, right? It's the G.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't have the G then anymore.
Mm-mm. That's true.
Are we going to have another version of the W, the switch W? I mean, no. You'd have to do that. You'd have to change that. And
Definitely not.
no, right? So we're supposed to. I think the Packers yesterday too.
Rivalry.
The rivalry jersey.
Will the Bears have to change their C to an
They've been
I?
talking about that
Because they're not Chicago.
Yeah, but somebody did say they've been kind of moving away from that C logo too
That's
already.
true. That's true. That's true.
But
Just
still.
be a bear. But that is yikes.
I don't like the rivalry jerseys when it comes to a rivalry like this because it's going to be completely. I never liked Green Bay wearing white at home when Chicago was coming.
It's a away game then, pretty much.
Yes,
So
that was my mindset.
Yeah.
Like, there's the jokes. You just set it up on a platter for everybody in Chicago, and I don't know what it's going to look like.
It's scary with the Packers' new uniforms always because yellow and green, they don't mix great, and it's hard to pair with different colors. So it's always scary when they announce we're getting new uniforms.
Yeah, and everything is just so. Like, I do not like the nickel Bills jerseys.
Oh no,
Those are. I do not like that, and that's what I don't want to see from Green Bay in a game like this. And I get it, it's a business, and they're making money off of this, and people buy the jerseys and all the swag, and I get it. I understand it. It's all for profit, but
I also think they're gonna go with a green helmet. I really hope they don't.
you know, there's a helmet, and I don't know if this has anything to do with it. And I've seen it for a while. Shields has a full size of it, and I'm like, that's actually a really cool helmet. And because I'll be in Green Bay next week, and I'm like, do I have to get it for the man cave, the mini version?
Okay.
Let me show you. Now, I don't know if this would be the helmet, but I kind of like it if it is going to be the helmet. Now, this is just me. Again, I don't know if this would be the version of it. Let me see if I can bring it up here quick before the top of the hour.
Because we do have, we have 3 different helmets right now. We've got the yellow one, we've got the
White
throwback, and the white one.
Yeah.
The throwback is weird with the leather look, but.
I have the mini version of that because
that's sick.
Yeah. Let me see if I can bring it up here really quick. Oh, nope, not that one. This one. So it's got 2 logos on it. It's kind of a cream color. And then.
Yeah, I could get on board with that.
Right?
That's better than,
I'd be intrigued with that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's the one, but, like, they've got the full size out. I saw it on display at Shields, and then that's at the pro shop with the mini ones.
So maybe.
I like the cream color.
Yeah.
And the old logo, and then the Packers script on the side.
Yeah, the old logo is pretty cool.
Yep.
What does that say about the jerseys, though, is the question.
That's...
Like, they can't go all white. Please don't go gray.
No. Would they go cream color? Like Bucks cream color jersey?
Oh, that would be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't...
All yellow? Yikes.
Because I was looking at, like, the description, and it doesn't really give you a whole lot. It just says green and gold retro decals, so... But...
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I might have to add that one. Usually I only add helmets if they've actually worn them in a game, but that one is pretty sweet, so... All right, we're at halftime. 2 more hours to go. Who are the players you are going to be watching in tonight's preseason game with the Steelers? Send your picks on over. We'll be back after these news updates. All right, hour 3 is upon us. Thanks for hanging out with us all morning long on this game day Thursday morning. So we get set for game number 1 between the Packers and the Steelers. Preseason game number 1, Packers-Steelers tonight. Kickoff, 6 p.m. Then you got the Brewers with a late one tonight. First pitch at 9:10. You might actually time it out perfectly where preseason game might be done, and then you could go straight to the Brewers game. So bada bing, bada boom. Perfect night there. But we got plenty more baseball and football talk to get to this morning. We've got Jake Boakes, Conservation Warden, coming up at the bottom of the hour answering your questions. So second to last call for any questions for Jake. You must text them right now to our Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. So we'll get to Jake coming up here at the bottom of the hour. We spent the first hour talking about Brewers getting swept by the Padres, and now you got a series with the Dodgers, a 4-game series with the Dodgers coming up here. Just from a mental standpoint, from mentality, how I don't want to say like huge, this must win, or it'd be great to win, but factoring in everything with the Cubs now just 3 back from the Brewers. Cubs have the Cardinals. I mean, I think they wrap up today with the Nationals, and then they got the Cardinals. Let's call it what it is. It's an easier schedule than the Brewers. But how crucial is this series for the Brewers, maybe just from a mindset of not only just to stay ahead of the Cubs for first place, but when we talk about playoffs all year long, it has been Dodgers. Got to get past the Dodgers. Got to get past the Dodgers. Everybody's so focused on getting past the Dodgers. I don't want to play the Cubs in the postseason. That, I think, is a dangerous team. I think the Phillies are a dangerous team. I think the Braves are a good team. But every team in the National League is probably hyper-focused on, can we get past the Dodgers? Brewers got swept by the Dodgers last year. Obviously, with the trade deadline, it was, do we got to get Scooble before the Dodgers do? So from a mindset, I mean, the Brewers were asked questions constantly about the Dodgers. Pat Murphy, players. How important is this series, just maybe from a mental standpoint for the Brewers going up against LA?
I don't even know if it's for the postseason as big as it is for right now. They just got to win some games.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat the Twins a couple series ago, and that feels like so long ago.
I know.
But they got swept by the Padres, and right now, all their injuries, all their slumping, their bullpen's been good, but their starters have been hit or miss. They just need to win games. They just need to split a series with the Dodgers. And they already lost a series to the Dodgers this year. I mean, sweeping them last year in the regular season did nothing. But it's more of, in my opinion, a confidence boost in the regular season. Like, look, we can do this. Like, we're fine. Just chill. We're going to be all right. Because I think when it comes down to the postseason, that's a whole different ballgame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, I mean, look at last year. Brewers swept the Dodgers. Didn't mean a lick when it came to the postseason. So I think it's just it's happy circumstance with how everything is going on with the Brewers right now, with injuries, with the Cubs playing so well, and now you just got swept. And, here you go. Now you get the Dodgers. It just, the baseball gods made it kind of play out this way.
Yep.
So that's, I don't know how this, I mean, baseball is such an equalizer for everything. You can, I mean, for the most part, I think we could gauge and get a good idea of who the good teams are. But would it surprise you if the Brewers win 3 out of 4 in this series?
Nope.
Would it surprise you if they lose 3 out of 4?
Nope.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I also just think the Padres are just a tough team.
They got better at the deadline, too.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they got Brandon Cisse, they got Robbie Ray. Mason Miller is the best reliever in the game.
It's a West Coast trip right after a tough series against a rival. It's a tough trip.
Yeah, I think people kind of forget. Padres, yeah, they got off to a little bit of a slower start. They're not going to win the division. They're still a really talented team.
Yeah.
They're a really good team. And that's why when there was the Mason Miller rumors, I'm like, but the Padres aren't that far out from a playoff spot. I think the annoying part maybe is Luis Rengifo batting leadoff and hitting a grand slam against the Brewers. It's Like, for crying out loud. We could use him at third now.
Yeah.
But
yes.
But I think that was the annoying thing with it all. But regardless, yeah, Padres are a solid team. So, I mean, it sucks that you got swept, but it's not like the Rockies swept you or
the Pirates.
Or, like the well, who's the worst team right now? Is it the Rockies?
It's a good question.
Is it the Rockies? Or even the Angels? I mean, but still, it wouldn't surprise you that if any team sweeps anybody at this point in time. So, but we get Shane Drone on the mound tonight, and I mean, I think it's a given that right now, if the playoffs were to start and they go to a 4-man rotation, we probably know who the 4 are: Miz, Harrison, Henderson. Dustin May and his 2 starts to the Brewers has been awesome. You can't ask for better 2 starts from Dustin May. So Shane Drone's odds of being a starter are probably pretty slim, but he's got an opportunity to still go out there, pitch at a high level, and make an impression so he's on that postseason roster. Because I think he could be a really good benefit coming out of the pen. I mean, was it May that he was just on that awesome tear coming out of the pen, and then injuries forced him to kind of go into starter role? And I think a lot of pitchers, they all want to be starters initially, right? Mm-hmm. I think a majority of pitchers, when you ask them, I want to be a starter. That's where all the glory comes from, right? You want to be a starter. You want to be a starter. But I just wonder, is Shane Drone going to be better coming out of the pen too?
And this team needs those guys. I mean, you saw how vital Chad Patrick was last year in the postseason, and Shane Drone, in my opinion, is a little bit better coming out of the bullpen. Mm-hmm. So they need those guys to be able to come in long relief because Logan Henderson's been really good, but he's shown sometimes he only goes 5 innings. Mm-hmm. Same with Kyle Harrison. He's really good, but sometimes he'll only go 5 innings. So you have to have those relievers in your bullpen that can eat you multiple innings in a game and still shut down the opposing team.
Right.
And Shane Drone's one of those guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. So we'll see. And then it's Robert Gasser tomorrow, which I think of all the starters, he makes me the most nervous.
Would he make you the most nervous, or would Sproat if he was still
If
up?
Sproat was still up, it'd be Sproat. Okay. But of the current ones, just the inconsistency from Robert Gasser. When he's on, dude looks really good.
Yeah.
But he's a little all over the place right now. Yeah. And that makes me really nervous. But hey, maybe he's due for a good start against this Dodgers team. I just think this Brewers team's got to come back home.
Yes.
Come back home.
Get a rest day.
Right. But all right. Who are some of the players that you're going to be watching for tonight's game? Let us know. Give me some names. Give me some positions. Who are you watching for? All right. Text them on over or hit us up in the video stream on the Section 105 chats. 715-830-1912. Let's take a quick break, but we'll be back with plenty more coming up after these few words. When your vehicle needs attention, make it easy on yourself. Just trust the team at AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. With 2 convenient locations, AJM Automotive makes taking care of your car, truck, or SUV super simple. Need service? Well, scheduling an appointment is quick and easy. Just visit ajmautomotiveservices.com and book online when it works for you. And if the unexpected happens and you're stuck on the side of the road, AJM's towing service is there to help get you and your vehicle where you need to go. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, AJM Automotive Service is your local partner for honest, dependable auto care. 2 Eau Claire locations, easy online scheduling. Trusted service when you need it the most. That's AJM Automotive, keeping you moving. So I just saw this. Since we were talking a little bit about the offensive line in terms of who we're going to watch tonight, this is a consensus offensive line ranking from a lot of different sources like Pro Football Focus, Sharp on Football, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they put all the rankings and they average it out. Green Bay's 29th from an offensive line. I'm not used to saying that when it comes to a Green Bay offensive line. So there's not a lot of love for Green Bay. The highest they were ranked was 21st. The lowest they were ranked was, it looks like 30th a couple times. So for what it's worth, Pro Football Focus had them as the 28th best offensive line, preseason offensive line. That ain't going to cut it. The only teams worse than them, Texans, Titans, and the Browns. Which Texans, because they signed, I think, a lot of like one-year veterans in that this offseason to kind of fill that role. So the top-ranked team was the Broncos, and then Eagles, which is probably no big surprise. Buccaneers, Bears, Bills round out the top 5. So, well, there's nowhere to go but up. There's one way to look at it, right? For this Packers offensive line, nowhere to go but up. But, I mean, what is the biggest question mark if you had to pinpoint it on this Packers offense? Is it left tackle Jordan Morgan? Is it the center Sean Ryan? We got to see a little bit from him last year, but now he gets a big contract. Is Zach Tom? I mean, I don't think there's any concern with him coming back from his knee injury.
I don't think so.
So he's probably right now their best offensive lineman. Is it the guards, the 2 guard spots? Is that the biggest uncertainty on this team?
It may be with the injury to Aaron Banks, and you're struggling to find players to fill those positions. Anthony Belton hasn't played great, so your guards may be your biggest question mark.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, you look at, I think we kind of forget, last year Jordan Morgan played pretty well at left tackle in preseason, where there was questions like, is Rasheed Walker still going to be the starter? Because Rasheed Walker wasn't playing. And Jordan Morgan played really well in the preseason. So I look at this, and yeah, I think the 2 interior guard spots are the biggest question marks. And if Jacob Monk or Burton or whoever it is takes one of those, or maybe it's both of them, it is an unknown because people just don't know a whole lot about them. And I understand the ranking for sure. It's just, I think I could see Green Bay's offensive line. I think they're going to be better than what they're ranked at 20. Was it 29? No. I think they're going to be better. I could see them being a very underrated group that's going to surprise people, but I can also see them being very middle of the road type of a group too. Mm-hmm. I don't think they are going to be the 3rd, 4th worst offensive line group in the league when it's all said and done.
Which, on one hand, is fine because it's not, because you got to be able to run it better than you did last year. Mm-hmm. I mean, we could not run the ball last year, but Jordan Love's pretty good against the blitz. I think I read a stat, he's the number 1 quarterback the last 5 years against the blitz.
Yeah.
So Jordan Love's pretty good against the blitz, but you got to be able to run the ball, and I think that's a big question mark this year.
Mm-hmm.
Because last year we couldn't at the end of the year without Tucker Kraft, and it really hurt. And again, Josh Jacobs is injured right now. He's got some legal situations still. I mean, if we can't run the football, it's all on Jordan Love. And I think he's underrated, but that's almost too much on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a really good piece up on it's on Fox Sports, and it asks the question: is Jordan Love the most underrated quarterback in the league? And I don't know if anybody has kind of read it, but it's a interesting breakdown because it's like, oh, Madden doesn't have us as a top 10, or they don't have, but he's number one in like what you mentioned, the blitz thing, and he's number one in a lot of categories. And I kind of chalk it up to he's number one in a lot of categories people don't know. It's deep analytic categories. He's not number one in passing touchdowns, which is kind of like the home run in baseball, right? It's the flashy number.
Yep.
He's not number one in yards. You know, it's those that a general fan would know. But he's number one in EPA. He's expected points added. He's number one in the blitz stuff. It's numbers people don't. It's numbers that don't get flashed on the screen. You know, in a typical box score when you open up a game, what do you see? Passing yards, touchdowns, interceptions, completion percentage, quarterback rating. You don't see the other ones. And I think that's part of the narrative surrounding Jordan Love.
I think also some of it is you watch him play, he doesn't necessarily pass the eye test.
Right.
And I think the eye test is something that, you know, we as fans rely on heavily because, I mean, Caleb Williams statistically didn't have a great year, but the Bears went crazy. So he had a good year because he passed the eye test. I think Jordan Love a lot of times doesn't pass the eye test. He misses some open receivers on third and short. He throws it away instead of running the ball. And that's just as fans, like, you should have made the play. And so I think sometimes the eye test is even more important than some stats.
Mm-hmm. I think the other part, too, just in my opinion, because you mentioned Caleb Williams. The thing that I think helped Caleb Williams was the flashy plays that come from behind. Can you really think of a big-time flashy play from Jordan Love off the top of your head? Like Aaron Rodgers had great throws. Aaron Rodgers had some dime throws, some deep throws. We know the Hail Marys now, but even before that. Favre, I mean, come on. You think about some of the well-known, the Patrick Mahomes no-look, even though quarterbacks were doing no-looks before Patrick Mahomes. You know, Josh Allen, the bigger quarterback. Mm-hmm. What does Jordan Love do great? Can we, and that's not a knock on him, but it's like, would you say Jordan Love is number one in this kind of a physical, athletic type of category, like deep ball, accuracy, footwork? He probably isn't number one in a lot of those. Caleb Williams had a lot of flashy plays and, you know, Iceman or whatever, but that resonates with a lot of people too.
Do you think, okay, let's say flashback to last year's playoff game, Jaden Reed drops that deep ball in the last drive. If he catches that, is Jordan Love a top 10 quarterback this year?
Yes.
One play changed the outcome of rankings of top 10 quarterbacks on a perfect throw.
Mm-hmm.
I think that gets lost sometimes too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. No, I think ultimately when it comes down to it, because there's so many fans that are kind of like, oh, Love, do you feel like he can win you a Super Bowl? And I feel like Jordan Love can win a Super Bowl.
I do, yeah.
And that's all that should matter.
Mm-hmm.
That at the end of the day, that's all that should matter. So, all right, we'll talk more football, but we got to take a quick break and bring in Mr. Jake Boakes. He's coming up in just a few minutes. When you're looking for your next vehicle, choose a dealership that knows and cares about the community it serves. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls is proud to be locally owned and operated, providing hometown service and a better buying experience for drivers throughout the Chippewa Valley. Whether you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, or a trusted service for the vehicle that you already own, the team at Toyson Ford is there to help out. Experience the difference of shopping local. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, your hometown Ford dealer. Switching gears and catching up with our guy, Mr. Jake Boakes, on this Thursday morning, conservation warden for the state of Wisconsin. Good morning, Jake. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Not bad, man. Not bad. We got a big week next week, don't we, with those antlerless tags going on sale. So probably a nice little PSA, public service announcement or reminder to set those alarms on your cell phones to make sure you get those antlerless tags.
Yeah, no, definitely a good time to start thinking about them, a good time to start planning, especially if you're in one of those areas where they only give out, 200 or 500 tags and you want one of them. So setting an alarm is good. You can, from experience from buying them in the past, you can go to the website about 15 minutes early. And what they basically do, in case you've never done it online, is that if you go to the website, even if you're not there to buy bonus tags, they limit who can go. They basically close the site and put everyone into a randomized order. And then with like a minute left, or once 8 o'clock comes or 10 o'clock comes, whatever time, then you find out what number you are in order. But you can go on like 15 minutes early and just keep your phone on, and you'll be in line digitally or virtually or however you want to call it.
Probably a good reminder, too, for everybody to double-check the unit, because was it last year that some units went to that deer management unit? So might be a good reminder just to make sure that you know what unit you're buying a tag for.
Right. You definitely don't want to do all the work to get on there next Monday, Tuesday, whatever day, and then they ask you what unit and where your property is, and you have no idea. So, or where your friends is or your family's is. So you definitely want to get ahead of the ball and get them. And some are going to have plenty of tags, so you won't have to worry. But others, especially like Eastern Eau Claire County, Northern Chippewa County, those bonus tags will probably be gone by the end of the week, but definitely before the season starts. So you'll want to get them soon.
Mm-hmm. And just another reminder, too, it's certain days. So like Monday, we'll open up certain areas. So not everything's for sale right away on Monday. It's just certain days each day.
Correct. They go to different, they used to go different zones, but now with all the DMUs, I don't know exactly how they break it down this year, but you're right. It's different days, so you want to find out which day you got to go. And then a reminder on the doe tags, or what they call them legally, is antlerless harvest authorizations. Those can be used during any season, so they're not gun or season specific. When you buy your bonus antlerless tag, or when you get your free antlerless tags with your archery license or with your gun license, you can use them all. So if you wanted to save all of your like archery doe tags as well as these bonus tags for the gun season and shoot 6 does the opening morning, you could. Or you could do it with your crossbow or vertical bow. The bucks are weapon and season specific, but the does are not.
Mm-hmm. And of course, you either have to have already or at the same time purchase your rifle or bow license before you can purchase those antlerless tags too.
Correct. And they'll probably force you, like you might get in and be able to put one in the cart, but they'll force you to buy a deer hunting license before you actually are able to pay, like submit your payment.
Let's get to a couple of listener questions since we're just talking about tags. This actually came in late, last week, but we had somebody ask, is it okay to bag and tag a piebald deer?
It is. So you're not allowed to shoot white or albino deer, which is basically like all white deer. Albino is obviously all white with like the pink eyes or red eyes and hooves and stuff like that. But a piebald deer, one that looks like, like cattle or like, a mixed colored horse or a beagle, like that real piebald color. Yeah, those are totally legal to harvest. You don't need any special tags or authorizations. If you're looking at shooting a white-tailed deer, then or a white deer, excuse me, like an all-white deer, then there has to be like some brown on it that isn't on the glands or the head or anything like that. So you're going to want to be careful if you're looking at a really, really white deer. You probably want to run that by a warden, but a big piebald one, you're good to go.
I think that's always a good reminder, because I think this was a few years ago. I even asked you, and you brought up the glands, and I think a lot of people just assume, oh, if I see like a black spot or brown spots, it's good to go. But you really have to pay attention to maybe where that spot is on that deer, correct?
Yeah, yep. It lays it out in the regulations, which we should touch on the regulations after this because they've kind of changed. But it lays out in the regulations that where you can't shoot the deer, or where the glands don't count or where they count. So like behind the hooves or behind the legs, the antlers from the rubbin and some other spots. If it's brown there and it's like, oh, there's a big brown spot, its legs are half brown, its head is half brown, well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not a white deer. It just means the coloration, like there's dirt or oils or whatever on the white fur itself. So you really want to be careful while you're looking at the white deer. It's usually better just to be safe than sorry and just look at it, take cool pictures, and wait for the law to change someday.
Yeah. So you mentioned the regulations. Do you want to highlight a couple things that changed?
Well, specifically, there's not much changes, but the formatting is different. So if you go into Shields or Fleet Farm, I don't think the hard copies have been delivered just yet. They're on their way. I know they're printed. But you can go to some of these brick and mortar stores still and find like a regular pamphlet like we've seen the last few years where they're colored and nice and a whole booklet. But online, there was a law that changed, and forgive my ignorance, I'm not exactly sure do with like accessibility with the internet and like people that are using e-readers, people that need to use like a reader because they can't see the screen or something. So due to that new accessibility law, a lot of the stuff on the DNR website and all state websites are changing, including the pamphlet. So you won't see the hard copy regulations like we've seen in the past or the hunting regs on the website. When you go to like look up something, say you want to be like, oh, when can I start bear hunting? You're going to go to the website like you always have, go to the hunting regulations, bear, and instead of like seeing like a link to pop up a PDF, you're going to just see a bunch of drop down bars where you're going to click on a bar and it's going to say, what species are you looking at? And you're going to pick bear. You'll see them all, but you'll pick bear. And then it's going to say, what do you want to like read on? It's going to say general regulations, baiting, harvesting, tagging. It's a different format. It's weird. Honestly, I think it's weird just because it's different. I'm sure we'll all get used to it, but that's kind of the way all of our similar thing. I've noticed it when I look at their fishing regulations. Sometimes it can be kind of hard to navigate. So if you have questions, just make sure to call the local warden because the formatting online is going to look a lot different this fall.
Interesting. Good note there too. So, hey, we got. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it was something that we kind of knew was coming down the pipe, but none of us really understood how much it was going to affect us until like a week ago when we're all like, well, we just want the rigs, and they're like, well, we don't. You can't just look at PDFs anymore, and we're like, oh, well, that's kind of hard. So all the information's still there. It's actually broken down maybe in an easier way for some people, but it's just different. So just be patient when you're figuring it out.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Jake, switching gears a little bit to the fishing side of things. We had a question from a listener a little bit earlier on when it comes to navigation lights on their boats, and the best way I could kind of describe it, it almost looks like those not USB lights, but those lights that you put behind the TV, those string LED lights, if you will. It was like red and green. Are those allowed to be used for navigation lights on a boat?
Yeah, so it doesn't, the laws don't define what exactly the boat light has to look like. It doesn't define, like, I mean, it defines where it needs to be, but it doesn't define, like, if it can only be an inch of glass or bulb or this type of bulb or this type of LED. Basically, what the law states is that you have a red and green up front where you can only see them from one direction and that they're on the certain side, and that you have a white light that is high enough where you can see it from a 360-degree position. So you can see that white light no matter where you're at. So I've seen a lot of these actually. I was up north at a lake last week just hanging out, and I saw them on some boats ripping down. And when I've been out patrolling this summer, I've seen a lot of these. They're bright. There's no doubt you can tell that they have a red and a green light. They're a little bit longer than I would put on my boat, but they work. I've seen them. The navigation works fine. I know it's hard to describe something over the radio, right? Like you said, they're kind of like rope lights, but there's been various versions of different bow lights and stern lights that you've been able to buy from the internet or Walmart or whatever over the years. And the one thing about the ones that the caller texted in or emailed in is like they're very noticeable, they're very obvious, which is good. Like, you want to be seen on the water. We want to see that you have a red and green, and it's no doubt it helps with the aid of navigation. So they're definitely legal. The big thing about boat colors or boat lights is that you have a red and green on the front, you have a white light up the top and the back. Otherwise, all other lights have to be off when you're operating. So what we see a lot is like these manufacturers decided to put in a bunch of blue lighting, like underlighting on these pontoons and stuff. So you see a big blue boat going across the water, but that's illegal. Just like on the highway, you can't have a blue flashing light, red and blue flashing lights, because that's what the police use. It's the same on the boat. It's the same on the ATV. It's the same as a snowmobile. You can't have flashing colors, especially blues and reds, that might indicate you're a law enforcement officer. So those factory lights, a lot of them are technically illegal in Wisconsin on those pontoons.
So just to kind of clarify with the white one too, it's got to be higher up too. So I mean, those rope lights probably wouldn't work for the white light on your boat.
Probably not, unless you're somehow putting it on a post and jamming it up in the air, or someone sitting in the back of the boat holding that thing the entire time, which really isn't feasible. So the white light has to be viewed 360 degrees. Where we see a lot of people get pulled over, is that they have a pontoon with a bimini top, and then they're driving at night, they turn their nav lights on, but their bimini top is down, and that white light is just sticking straight out the back. So from the front and from a lot of the sides, you can't even see that it has a white light. You can only usually see it if you're behind the boat, which is illegal because that's not 360 degrees. So it doesn't matter what kind of white light you have. It just needs to be up in the air, higher than the boat, so we can see it. So everyone can see, like, yep, there's a boat, there's a white light going down the water.
Gotcha. All right, Jake, I know you're busy and hitting the road right now, so we'll let you go here. But next week's going to be a busy week, obviously, with those tags going on sale, and as we inch a little bit closer and closer to the fall hunting season. So we appreciate your time, buddy, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, no, good questions. Appreciate it. Always appreciate you having me on. We'll talk next week.
You got it. You got it. There you go. There's Jake Boakes, Conservation Warden for the state of Wisconsin. Let's take our final break for this third hour before we head into the fourth and final hour. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Nobody plans for an accident, but when the unexpected happens, you want a team that you can trust. And at Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, they are proud to be locally owned and operated, providing quality collision repair and hometown service to drivers throughout the Chippewa Valley. Their experienced team takes pride in every repair, treating your vehicle with the same care and attention that they would give their own. When you need collision repair that you can count on, choose the people who live and work right here in your community. Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, locally owned, locally trusted, and here to get you back on the road. You can continue to send us, who are the players? Who are the players that you're going to be watching for in tonight's preseason game number 1 for the Pack? All right, you can send those on over 715-830-1912. We also got Brewers tonight, late one against the Dodgers. Brewers coming off of being swept by the Padres yesterday, so big series coming up here. We'll kick off the final hour with a little 3 up and 3 down. So if you want to send in some of your 3 ups and 3 downs, you can do so as well. You can play along with us here too. But we are also getting closer and closer to the college football season officially beginning. So less than a month away from Badgers and Notre Dame at Lambeau Field. Inter, do you get excited for college football? Are you more the NFL guy, or just it's football, it's football, it's
I love football, so yeah. I love college football. I love NFL, so yeah.
What's your early thoughts on the Badgers this year?
I am trying not to buy the hype. There's a lot of good things coming out of camp, and I think a lot of it is been said the past 3 years with this Luke Fickell-led program, but none of it showed. And so this year is kind of you win or you go home for him. So I think it's going to be an improvement from the last couple of years because those were rough. But I don't know if it's going to be good enough to save his job. I love the quarterback he brought in, Colton Joseph. He's going to be good. Our defense is going to still be really good. But I don't think we have enough quite yet.
Is it enough to get to a bowl game?
I think going through their schedule, I had them at 5 wins, so no.
Oh, okay.
So
the last year of Luke Fickell then?
Yeah. And again, they could win a game they're supposed to. And if all the hype's real, I mean, maybe they win 8 games, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
It's a interesting year because, and I'll quote my buddy Brandon, it's almost like he's excited for this season because of a couple things. One, he's approaching it, it's either going to be really bad and it's going to be a new era coming up, or all right, we're going to finally see some improvement.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's going to be a middle ground. It's either going to be, okay, here we go with another year, or hey, bowl eligible. It's one of those two ways. There's either going to be a change or maybe some growth, right? I mean, that's a lot is going to depend, I think, on health too, but just running the dang football. I saw this number, this stat the other day that when Wisconsin was at over 150 yards rushing, like Luke Fickell's undefeated, or they've only got one loss in Badger history during his Badgers tenure, it's like, well, there you go. Is it as simple as that?
Well, and I think the problem last year is they didn't have a quarterback who could throw the ball. Carter Smith's a good player, but he can't throw the football. And so when you get a guy like Colton Joseph in, who's one of the best dual threat quarterbacks in college football, it opens up your offense even more because now he can pass. And you still have talented wide receivers. Eugene Hilton stayed. And again, their offense is going to be better. But in all honesty, I don't even know if a 6-win season keeps his job. I think he's got to go win at least 8 games to keep his job because of how bad they've been, and the standard's pretty high. He took over a team, and he was supposed to raise the standard, and he hasn't even met the standard yet. So I think Luke Fickell's got to get at least 8 wins to keep his job, and I just don't see that.
What if he hits 7?
I don't think they can keep him because that's still, I mean, maybe one more year because that is improvement, I guess. But you're getting to like that's barely making a bowl game.
Yeah.
And your schedule's not hard this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad I'm not making that decision.
What are you Badgers fans? How are you approaching this season? Like what's your mindset as we get closer and closer to the season? I mean, I don't think anybody's really expecting Big Ten championship, nothing like that. So I'm curious to hear from some Badgers fans, like, how are you approaching this upcoming football season? Is it an expectation? They got to be a bowl game. They got to get to a bowl game, or are you just going in with shoulder shrugs, whatever happens, happens, sort of mindset? And that's honestly kind of where I'm at. Whatever happens, happens. I don't want to buy into a lot of the positive stuff we're hearing, which on one hand, I am glad we're hearing that. But on the other hand, it's like, prove it. I don't want to be set up for disappointment and get too high up, and then I have these super high expectations when I should have known better at the beginning of this. So I'm almost going, maybe this might be the best example, and maybe not. Jordan Love's first year as a starter for Green Bay, I didn't have any expectations. I just went in saying, let's see what happens. I didn't know, and I was pleasantly surprised. So maybe I approach it this way. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Let's just go in and see what happens.
Yeah.
If it's bad, we know there's probably going to be a change. If it's good and they surprise some people, all right. But then next year, it's like you got to prove that wasn't a fluke, and you got to build upon that.
Yeah. And listen, I know I'm a delusional Badgers fan, but I think there's a chance they beat Notre Dame. It's week 1. It's at Lambeau Field. You're coming into a brand new season with a brand new quarterback. They're going to play him tough, because the Badgers will do that. But the question marks for me are when you play the Michigan States, the UCLAs, the Penn States. How do you play against those Big Ten teams that aren't maybe the top of the Big Ten, but are teams that you should be able to compete with but haven't the last 2 years? Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to be kind of telling of how their season goes.
Mm-hmm. I did see somebody joke this morning. Apparently, Stephen A. Smith addressed Notre Dame football's team, and they're like, "Oh, I feel better about Wisconsin winning." So I'm like, "Oh, well played. But no, I'm excited just to get to kick off, and I hope Wisconsin just doesn't get embarrassed against Notre Dame.
Yeah,
I hate saying it like that because it's almost like a participation trophy type of thing. You just national stage, Lambeau Field. You don't want it like a 50-2 shellacking.
You want to see positive signs.
Exactly.
And if they don't, I mean, if they get blown out, obviously, you want to have Ryan Hopkins come in and kind of ball out. So.
Yeah. I mean, even the Penn State game. I know Penn State, but, I mean, changing of the guard with Coach and Campbell and coming in, could there be a little bit of especially a little bit earlier on in the season, too, when you play Penn State in September, maybe there's an opportunity there?
There's some winnable games in the schedule. USC is going to be good. Notre Dame's going to be good. I mean, Penn State's going to be good, but there's room. If you go beat Iowa and Minnesota, Luke Fickell probably keeps his job.
This is a better schedule than last year.
Yeah, very much so.
Very manageable. But no, I'm cautiously optimistic. Is probably the best way I'm approaching this.
Yeah.
Cautiously optimistic, but I'm going in with no expectations. Mm-hmm. So how about the rest of you? You can chime in on this if you want. You can text them on over, 715-830-1912. Let's, shot clock's going to cut us off, so we are going to be hopping into the final hour here. So send us the players you're going to be watching for tonight in Green Bay's first preseason game. Put your scouting cap on and who you're going to roll with, who you're going to watch, who you're going to pay extra attention to. We got Brewers, Dodgers, game 1 of a 4-game series, also coming your way later on tonight. How big of a series, how important is this series for the Brewers? And where are you at on that sweat scale? Starting to get a little bit more nervous? What you got? All right, quick break. News updates. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, the final hour kicking off on this Thursday morning. It's a game day Thursday with the Packers in action tonight for their first preseason game on the season. A lot of you picking Trace Mack to watch tonight, which, yeah, that made our list. Marshawn Lloyd has been up there for a lot of people too. So I think a lot of fans have probably the same players that they're going to be watching for tonight. So. If you got any different ones, though, if you got some other players that maybe haven't been mentioned, we've gotten Trace Mack a lot. We've gotten Marshawn Lloyd a lot. We've gotten Jordan Morgan and that. So if you got other players, throw them on over. Text them, shoot them on the message thread. Corners, Brandon Cisse has been mentioned quite a bit, too. So biggest thing, too, with these preseason games, no injuries, please.
Yeah. No
unnecessary injuries. Let's just not. I don't want to have to deal with that from an emotional standpoint. I don't want to deal with that. So, but no bad injuries. All right, knock on wood, no bad injuries. But it will be kind of weird. I'm not going to lie. It will be weird to see Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers on the same team again. Seeing them on the sidelines and donning the Pittsburgh black and yellow, whereas you got the green and yellow for Green Bay. So that'll be cool. Are you still? If it doesn't affect Green Bay, is there a soft spot for you for Pittsburgh this year?
Yeah. I mean, if the Packers don't win the Super Bowl, I'm kind of a Patrick Mahomes fan, so.
No, you are. Don't say kind. You are.
But I'm fine with the Steelers winning it. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was a massive part of the Packers for my whole life, so I'm going to be sad to see him retire. And so I'm fine if they go win a Super Bowl this year.
I was thinking about this, was it yesterday or the day before? Because I saw that, Rodgers playing in his 22nd season, which is older than you.
Yeah.
So put it in this perspective. What if Aaron Rodgers was still playing for Green Bay? That would be the only quarterback you would know. I am 40 years old. If Aaron Rodgers was still quarterback of Green Bay, that'd be over half of my life. And the other half would have been a big chunk of Brett Favre. That's insane. To kind of think of it that way. If Rodgers would have played all 22 years with Green Bay and Favre, getting a start in 92. I was 6 when Favre started. I don't remember quarterbacks before Brett Favre. A little bit of Mikowski, but that is it. Mm-hmm. And no offense to the Matt Flynn's who started some games because of injuries and Malik Willis, but yeah, even Jordan Love right now, but it's kind of mind-boggling to think about that. And I think it's almost getting to the point we're going to see the graphics, right? We'll see the graphics. Oh, these are the quarterbacks for Green Bay compared to this team that's had 500 different starting quarterbacks.
Browns with 34.
Yeah. But I think it's kind of maybe we're getting to a point as Packers fans we take it for granted a little bit too.
Yeah.
Just the model of consistency that we have had at probably the most important position in all of sports is the quarterback position. But I was thinking, I'm like, gosh, I don't know if that makes me feel old if Rodgers would have played all 22 years or maybe just a little bit younger because I remember the day he was drafted and I was not happy. So,
yeah, and even with Jordan Love, I mean, I think Jordan Love's a really good quarterback, and I get he's not Aaron Rodgers, but to have, I mean, this is his 6th starting season?
Or it'd be his third starting season.
Yeah, third starting 6 on the team, right?
Yeah.
Even having Jordan Love for 6 seasons already. I mean, we've had 3 quarterbacks. Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love. That's insane. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've only watched 2. The only quarterback situation I've had to worry about is a backup quarterback. I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Aaron did say, can you imagine? Because I think, well, first off, Packers preseason games sell pretty well. I mean, they're pretty loaded. Anybody who hasn't gone, it's you still get high 60s, 70,000 people in there. And Rodgers said yesterday, he was talking to the local media for Green Bay, said that he was hoping that this was going to be at Lambeau. That game would have been easily sold out. It might have been one of the more high-priced preseason games if it was actually at Lambeau Field. Mm-hmm. Especially if for a fact, Aaron would have played at least a
Yeah.
drive.
Yep.
There would be, even if Mike McCarthy said we're not going to play, Aaron would have forced his way
Yep.
just to play one drive. I would bet the bank on that he would play. So, and honestly, if there was a way, I wish that would have been the way to go about it and not a regular season game, because then you're rooting against.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, it's preseason. Who cares?
Exactly.
Just nobody get hurt. I don't care about wins and losses when it comes to preseason. That would have been cool to kind of see that, because I think that would have been a very nice send-off. Green Bay does a really good job, and I've seen it multiple times when former players come back for a different team and they do a really good job acknowledging it. They would have done a fantastic one with Rodgers. Like, Favre never got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And rightfully so. He never
Yep.
got it, but would have gotten it for this one.
But if Rodgers would have gone to the Vikings last year, he doesn't get it.
No, he does not get it. Nope.
I think the thing I don't want is I don't want this season for the Steelers to be like 6 wins.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of tarnishes Aaron Rodgers' reputation, and he just plays bad. Yeah. Like, I want him to have a good year, 7 or 9, 10 wins, get in the playoffs, and go on a run. Like, I kind of want to see Aaron Rodgers playing meaningful football.
He said yesterday, 100%. When I heard it was possible to play both of my former teams, I was really hoping this one was going to be in Green Bay. Not just to get back at Lambeau one more time, but head out to Chives for dinner and maybe head out to Green Bay Country Club for a quick 9 or something. I was really hoping I was going to be in Green Bay for a lot of reasons. It would have been strange being in that visitors' locker room and stuff, but I would have found my way over, like many former players have over the years, found my way over to the home locker room to hang out back there and see some of the guys and see some of the trainers and equipment staff and all the people I really care about that still work there. Yeah, I was definitely bummed out that we weren't in Lambeau for this one. He did say, potentially, next time he comes back, he was asked about it might be the jersey retirement. He said, well, there first has to be an invite. We'll see about that. But, yeah, I'm always going to have such a strong tie to Green Bay and the organization. If that comes to fruition, that would be a cool deal. And I think the difference here, too, with Rodgers and with the Favre thing, there was so much animosity between Favre and Thompson and the organization that there needed to be that cool-down period. Whereas I don't see it being that long. If this is the final year of Rodgers, I wouldn't be surprised if it's next year already.
Yeah.
Like how quickly the Patriots did it with Brady. When Brady, I would not be surprised. And in fact, I'd be kind of disappointed if it wasn't quickly.
Exactly, yeah.
There does not need to be a cool-down period. There is no animosity. Favre really wasn't saying a lot of this stuff. Rodgers isn't dropping the line that Favre did that, quote, true Packers fans would understand. Oh, that bugs me when he said that when he was talking behind the mic. But I don't know. Maybe people are still tired of Rodgers' antics. Yes, there's some antics that it's just like, dude, just stop. But from a football standpoint, he's probably the best quarterback that I've seen play for the Green and Gold.
Yeah.
One of the best quarterbacks I've gotten to witness for a lot, and I went to a lot of games, and I'll never take that for granted. It was watching those back shoulder throws live to Devontae and all those throws to Jordy. Whew. Chef's kiss, man. It was awesome.
Yeah,
so.
and again, like you said, there doesn't need to be a wait. I
No.
mean, he brought a Super Bowl to Green Bay. He
didn't play for Chicago.
In my opinion, he's the greatest Packer player of all time. So I think he should get 12 retired really quick.
It'll be easily retired.
Yeah, really quickly. So
it's going to be right there next to 4. And his name's going to be, as soon as it's done and he waits the 5 years, his name will be on the facade and he'll be back at Lambeau for
Hall of Fame.
Yep. So it's going to happen. It'll be there.
Yep.
And I hope that would be a game that I would try to go to.
Yeah.
That would be a game I would try to go to. I did not go to the Thanksgiving when Favre, that's the thing. I don't know if Rodgers would do the whole, when Favre came back and had his number retired. I went to Favre's Packers Hall of Fame ceremony, so when he came in, that was cool. That was kind of the first step. I don't see this being the same thing, where it's almost a 2-step process, where it's like Packers Hall of Fame induction, the bowl was full, and then Thanksgiving night, the number retirement. I don't see that happening. I could just see, okay, here's the retirement ceremony, here's the game, boom.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't mind going to that one.
They should do it against the Bears.
They really should.
So his son can see it.
Well played. Well said. Well said. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more coming up after these few words. Looking for your next great night out? Well, make it the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire with live music, exciting events happening throughout the month, great food, cold drinks, and a fun, welcoming atmosphere. There is always a reason to stop on by. Whether you're meeting up with friends or looking for something fun to do, the VFW Post 305 has something for everyone. So make sure you are following their Facebook page to stay up to date on all their latest events and entertainment that's going on at the VFW Post 305, located 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. I saw this stat just pop up for the Brewers. So Codified Baseball, teams on base percentages since June 1st. Number one is the Cubs at 345. 2 is Milwaukee at 342. Would that have surprised you if I would have said, since June 1st, Milwaukee has the second best on-base percentage in all of Major League Baseball?
Very much.
Which I think brings to the bigger question overall. Is the Brewers' offense the biggest mystery in all of sports right now? Like the most confusing thing in all of sports right now?
Probably.
Because they score runs, their run differential's up there, their on-base is up there. But the big one, I mean, even average is up there, but it's home runs. Dead last, 111. That's it, right? That's the simple, is that as simple as that? It's home runs. They're not going to win because of home runs. Or could they change that narrative?
I don't know, but you and I may have been right when we said they're not going to get to 150 home runs.
Yeah, they're not going to. There's no way. I mean, the 150 is, Dodgers have 155 right now. And that's the sixth, tied for the sixth most. Yeah. They ain't getting to 150. Nope. I don't see it. It is so weird to see that. I don't know why. It perplexes me. So, I mean, second in walks, you bringing up some of the numbers here. Were they at? So middle of the pack in strikeouts. Stolen bases, fifth most. What do we got here? Slugging. They got to be probably towards the bottom on that. 21st.
Sounds bad as I would have thought.
No. OPS, 9th. Literally, it's just the home run number just drags everything down.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing to watch. If they get to the postseason and they don't win, it's because they're struggling to score runs. It's going to be brought back to the home run question. Do they hit enough dingers? Well, right now they don't hit dingers. They're dead last. So
See, the funny thing is, though, last year in the postseason when we played the Cubs, I mean, Andrew Vaughn and Contreras and Churio, they had some big home runs.
Yeah. Andrew Vaughn hit that big three-run shot
in the first inning.
Yep.
And then Contreras hit one later in that game. I mean, so they seemed to hit home runs last postseason. They couldn't play small ball last postseason, which was the weird part. So I wonder if it becomes a situation like that again, where, I mean, they're not hitting for average. I wonder what happens then.
Yeah. Here's a little bit more of a breakdown, too. In the second half of the season, batting average, Brewers are a little bit more middle of the pack. They're 242. Just to kind of give you an idea how things have changed for the Padres, their top's at 283. Cubbies are third at 272 on that list. So, what else do we? I like some of these random kind of stats and numbers to go through this. Where are we at here? Fielding runs, Chicago's number 1, but it doesn't tell me where Milwaukee is on there. So it's one of the, fielding runs. Okay, Milwaukee's so Chicago's at a plus 61. Milwaukee's at a 0. So, and yeah, fielding runs, by the way, it's a estimate on how many runs a player saves or costs their team with their defense compared to an average player. So interesting that the Cubs are that high. I don't know, but this is going to be, I'm afraid, I'm starting to get a little bit more nervous with this Brewers team that it's going to be a repeat of last year. That they're not going to have enough offense. All these numbers, I mean, they're like, you got pitching numbers up. They're top 5 in ERA. Mizorowski's probably going to win a Cy Young.
Yeah.
They got all this. They score a bunch of runs. But the one thing that they don't do well is maybe one of the things that you need to do well in the postseason is hit home runs. And I don't think it's just, not necessarily you have to hit a crap ton. It's maybe just the threat, or maybe just you need that big hit, that big power hit.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't got it.
I think it'll be interesting going into the postseason to not only watch the Brewers, but I mean the Red Sox don't hit home runs either.
Mm-hmm.
The Rays don't hit a ton of home runs. Those are three teams, the Brewers, the Red Sox, and the Rays, who are bottom 10 in the MLB.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get to see a large sample size of teams that don't hit home runs in the postseason and how they really perform. Now, I think the Red Sox are built more like a power hitting team, so I think they're going to struggle. But the Rays and the Brewers are in the same boat. And now the Rays have the best record, but the Rays are built on pitching. And so I think they're very comparable teams. And I think that'll be something to watch.
This isn't, I was just kind of curious, and this doesn't really tell the whole story because, I mean, they played more games. I was just kind of curious. The teams who hit the most home runs in the postseason last year, I mean, it was Blue Jays, Dodgers, but they played all the way up to the World Series. So that's going to be skewed. But just trying to see if I can find. Seattle was third with 12 games. Seattle was third with their home runs 20. Toronto hit the most with 28. Dodgers had 24. Seattle had 20. Cubs had in 8 games 12 home runs. Then it's the Brewers in 9 games. They hit 8 home runs. Everybody else had fewer games than the Brewers. Detroit was next at 8 games with 6 home runs. Yankees 7 games, also with just 6 home runs. So, but yeah, I was going to look that up, but yeah, it's so skewed because of the amount of games.
Because of games.
Mm-hmm. To be honest, though, 8 home runs in 9 games actually still surprised me that the Brewers hit that many. I thought it would only be a few, but I guess if you think about it, Vaughn had that one. I think Chirio had a couple.
Had 2 leadoff home runs, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Contreras had a couple. I think Mitchell hit one 2 years ago.
Yeah. But anyways, I'm starting to get resigned to the fact it's going to be similar to last year. And I hope I'm wrong. How big do you think it is that the Brewers have to win the division to avoid the wild card round?
That was the question I was going to ask you, because with a younger team, they played well against the Cubs last year, I will say, coming out of a bye. But with a younger team, they usually struggle with bye weeks. So is this a team that needs to play week 1 in a wild card series? And now, obviously, you don't want to play the Cubs, the Braves, the Phillies, whatever, but you're going to have to.
Mm-hmm.
And is this a team that maybe needs to get into a rhythm offensively going into a Dodgers series? Because they only played 5 games with the Cubs. That's not a lot. Maybe if you give them 10 games, they get into a rhythm.
I go back and forth because I feel on one hand, rhythm-wise, offensively, yes. Pitching-wise, they might want the rest for those starters.
Yep.
So what do they value more?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably pitching that they value more.
Yeah.
So if this was an offense that maybe hit more home runs, I could probably make the case that just keep the momentum going. But I might value the rest at this point with a younger arm, and especially Mizorowski.
Yeah.
You know, just to kind of get him more rest at that point. But
I am really excited to see him just go. Like, they're kind of holding them back right now, which is good.
Yep.
But I'm just so excited that first postseason game to just see him go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could see him throwing a complete game.
I think if he gets through that first inning or two, and it's typical Mizorowski, he's going to go on a rampage.
Just because they're going to let him go.
Mm-hmm.
It's go time, so that's going to be so fun to watch.
I feel good about the starters, even with Kyle Harrison having that hiccup of a game. I'm not concerned yet about Kyle Harrison until we see it consistently. You know, I'm going to chalk it up as one of those games the other night that everything was going wrong. You know, it was a lot of runs. I still have confidence in him. But if he continues to do stuff like that, then I get a little bit more nervous. But I don't think I'd still want him in my top 4.
I think it was just a game.
Yeah.
I mean, he struck out 8 in a row the other day to end it. I think it was just a game.
Yeah. Yep. I would agree. And again, Padres are better than what they were at the beginning of the year. I don't want to make any excuses for the Brewers. I'm not trying to do that. But the Padres are better than what they were even a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's a team that's got hitters. That's a team that's got pitching on them now. So, yeah. All right, let's take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though, coming up as we are at the bottom of the hour for our final hour. We'll be right back after these few words. Head to our website and sign up for our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge. With the regular season nearly upon us, you can now start to make some picks or register ahead of time. Just, again, go to sportstalk1051.com. On the front page, you'll see an icon that says Win Stuff. Pay attention to the directions, instructions. You'll see an icon, a picture, an image that says Win Stuff. Click on that. Another window will pop up. And then another icon on there that says Pro Football Challenge. Click on that. That's where you make your picks. Okay? Can't make it any more clear. If you say you can't find it, it's because you're not listening to the directions. Go to our website, click on the Win Stuff tab, and then the football. Simple as that. Winner at the end of the season with the most amount of right picks. We've got some Wisco gift cards to give you. So big thanks to Wisco's and Home Oasis, our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em sponsors this year. Alex from Eau Claire says, I was too tired of Rodgers' antics, but man, watching him in the playoffs last year and his beautiful passes, my appreciation for Rodgers had a total resurgence, and I can't wait to watch him one more year. Rick, I don't know what this, he says how many doubles on the year will tell you the story. Well, I mean, the Brewers have the fourth most doubles in Major League Baseball, so what does that tell us then? I guess would be my follow-up question. That they hit a lot of doubles. They hit a lot of doubles. They also are top 10 in triples, so they hit a lot. They just don't hit a lot of home runs is the main one.
Problem is they keep getting thrown out trying to steal bases.
That too. That one hurt with Terang stealing third yesterday.
I really don't know what he was trying to do there, but
here's another what if. How much I don't think it would have changed the series much last year, but speaking of Terang, if you would have taken that hit by a pitch in game one against the Dodgers last year, does that change? I don't think it changes the whole course, but at least maybe gives them a win. So.
Yeah. If we're going what ifs, though, like what if Sal Frelick doesn't pull back a grand slam?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. I resaw that again the other day. Sal Frelick is the best meme because there's another one we can't repeat, but there's like a gif of him that you can easily say, read his lips.
Yes.
That's why he's the best though too. So, get back soon, Sal. Get back soon.
Get healthy.
Get healthy. You're right. Maybe we just need him in the dugout.
We do. Maybe it's the Sal Frelick problem because he left for AAA, and all of a sudden we started losing.
Yeah.
Bring back Sal. Even if it's a DH now, I've changed my mind.
That's right. Sal is the straw that stirs the drink. He is the glue guy. Remember the one where he's like even has the Gatorade cups and he's got like goggles on, and I mean maybe you just need that personality in the dugout in the clubhouse. Get him on. Get him back. All right, let's get him back from Nashville. Come on, Sal. Come on. We need you. Okay, whenever he does come back, even if he's not playing, but all of a sudden they start just racking up the wins, then we know the answer.
Then you better sign him to an 100-year contract.
Exactly.
Play him at third.
Retire the number already at 10.
There you go.
Put it up next to Robin Yount, Paul Molitor, Euchre's 50, or it's the microphone now. So Salvatore. You mentioned third base. I mean, but they did start Andrew Vaughn there the other night.
Exactly.
So if Sal Frelick was healthy and playing, does he start at third? I wouldn't throw it out the window, especially when Ortiz got hurt and Cooper Pratt's hurt.
I mean, I don't need to see Ji-Hwan Bae anymore. So.
Can Sal play second, though, too?
I don't think so.
You're taking away a flipping great Gold Glove, though.
Yeah.
In the outfield. I do feel a little bit more confident next year that Lara is going to be the starting center fielder and Frelick's going to be back and right. I think the way Garrett Mitchell was playing for a hot minute, I'm like, oh, okay, this is the guy but now it's really cooled off.
Do you think if Yelich can't find a rhythm, he retires? If this is how he ends the season, hitting just over 200?
That's a really good question.
Because I don't think the Brewers can bring him back.
They're stuck paying him, though.
Make him coach.
They did it with Braun. They kept him around. Pat Murphy loves him. Mark loves him. I think it's almost going to have to be a Yelich decision, kind of like it was a Bronny decision. Like he wasn't going to go play with anybody else and up and retired. How much is? Let me just bring up. So Yelich, yeah, his salary does go down a little bit next year, if that means anything. You're talking like thousands. That's it. He's making $24,032,000 this year. It goes down to $23,945,000.
$4,000. Save it. We can go buy something with it.
He is under contract for 2 more years, 27, 28. Then a mutual in 2029, which I can't see that one. And then unrestricted free agent in 2030.
I think he'll have retired by then. But
yeah.
if he can't figure out how to hit, you can't play him next year.
Yeah.
Because you can't play him this year. And so.
It's frustrating. And it's sad.
Yeah.
It sucks because I don't want Yelich to get to the point for fans where they got to the point with Braun. Like they were just get him out of there.
Yeah.
Get him out of there, get him out of there, get him out of there. And it's creeping that way, and for some it's already there.
Which it shouldn't be. I'm gonna throw that. It shouldn't be. For all Yelich has done for us, it shouldn't be. We can support him through this. I mean, it's not like he's Joey Ortiz hitting 190. Like we stayed with Joey O through that. I mean, Yelich is still hitting 240, but I thought he was back last year. I mean, 29 home runs, hit 280 or something like that.
Year before, he made the All-Star game.
Fell off a cliff this year.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, what the heck happened? It stinks.
He was good to start the season, too.
Yeah.
I mean, really good, so.
Yep. I hope he kind of turns it on and becomes playoff Yelich. Kind of like playoff Orlando Arcia was in, was that 2018? I think he's got tied for the most home runs in Brewers playoff history. Just, hey, maybe we can get that version of Yelly. I'll take that version of Yelly if that means we make some deep runs in the postseason.
Yeah.
Don't be Jesse Winker, though. Just don't be that guy.
Yeah, nobody likes Jesse Winker.
Is he even playing right now? Is he anywhere? Is he still with the Mets? Jesse Winker is free agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had that one at bat that Craig Counsell never should have gave him.
Golly. Counsell purposely sabotaged so he could get out of Dodge. No, I'm just kidding. But so tonight, 9:10, first pitch, Brewers Dodgers. Coverage will begin about 35 minutes prior on your radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Be a late night for sure, but you got Packers before that, too, so you can double dip with a little Green Bay and a little Brewers game coming your way tonight. So, or, get the Packers game on TV and put the Brewers game on the radio and listen to it that way. But for Packers-wise, before we take our break and make our picks here, because we got other football games to make picks for, we are making preseason picks, too.
Let's go.
So, but kind of to wrap up, players we're looking for. I mean, there's a lot. I think the common ones are Trey Smack. Kick as much tonight as you possibly can. Brandon Cisse, get our first glimpse, but stay healthy because you're cornerback number 1.
Yes.
I mean, Barron Sorrell, Luke Van Ness, offensive line. Don't get Jordan Love touched.
Yes.
Just a drive or two. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's move on.
I'm also excited to see if Cam Acord fixed our special teams. And I know it's preseason game 1. But the penalties.
Yes.
Like, did he get rid of some of those? I'm assuming Sky Moore is going to play, so how does the return game look? I'm interested to see how special teams plays.
Desmond Howard won a job because of return game.
Yep.
In preseason.
Yep.
So, and that carried into the regular season.
Yeah.
That Cam Acord, we talked about him last week or the week before when he had that epic press conference and did a perfect demonstration on how to
hold a football.
I talked to Rob Domofsky on ESPN last week, and he had brought up, and it's kind of died down now. You haven't really heard a whole lot about it, but he brought up when they were covering practice, So Trey Smack made a field goal. Officials there, called it good. Then he missed, and the officials said no. And he said LaFleur ran down to the official, and they stopped signaling whether kicks were good or not anymore. And I'm like, oh, like, why are you trying to hide that?
Yep. Well, he knows if he missed or not.
Right.
Like, why does it matter?
Well, now it's going to be on TV, so
Yeah.
you can't hide it anymore.
Yep.
But I hope the thing is, I want the kid to succeed. I think everybody, we're all worried about it, but we want him to make all of his kicks and we want him to succeed. That's what it boils down to. And I hope there's nobody out there rooting against him and saying, see, this is why they should have done this, that, kept McManus, go after another veteran, whatever. I hope he goes 6 for 6 tonight.
Yeah.
And then we can say, on to the next.
That'd put a lot of people at ease for sure.
For at least a week.
Yeah.
Until the next one. Let's just not have a Mason Crosby preseason family night like we did that one year.
Yeah.
Luckily, he turned it around and they got it figured out afterwards. But I don't know if this team would be as patient as Ted Thompson was.
Probably not.
I mean, we saw it with Anders. They weren't. So
yes.
Or even McManus. They obviously weren't either. So, all right, let's take our final break, and we'll make some picks, baseball and football, coming up after these quick words. All right, let's get right to it. Let's start off with some baseball picks. Let's go. Okay, Cleveland versus Detroit. Who you got?
Guardians.
I'm going to go with the Guardians, too. How about the Pittsburgh Pirates taking on the Miami Marlins?
I'll take the Marlins.
I'm going to go Marlins, too. Mariners, hiccup. Yankees.
Yankees.
Yankees. Reds versus White Sox.
I'll take the White Sox.
White Sox. Boston and Toronto.
Boston.
Cubs versus the Nationals.
The Nationals got to get one, right?
You'd think.
Please. I'll go with the Nationals.
Help a brother out, Nationals.
Yeah.
Let's go. Phillies versus the Twins.
I'll take the Twins.
I'll go Phillies. Rangers, Angels.
Rangers.
And then finally, Brewers, Dodgers.
I do think the Brewers win tonight.
Let's end the 3-game losing streak with a win today. Okay.
And the Packers are playing, so
yes.
great.
Come on. Set the bar high, Green Bay, so Milwaukee has to follow that, right? All right. Now we've got football. We got a handful of games. Let's start off with the Lions taking on the Bengals. Ooh, Jungle Cats.
I'll take the Lions.
Oh, Bengals, why not? Colts versus Patriots.
Patriots. I feel like Mike Vrabel gets his guys to play preseason.
Is he going to bring any puppies out? I'm going to go Colts. I'm going Colts. Cardinals and the debut of Mendoza and the Raiders.
I'll take the Cardinals.
Carson Beck, man.
Yeah.
LaFleur's got him playing hot. Let's go Cardinals. Let's go Chargers and the Texans.
Take the Chargers.
I'll go Chargers, too. By the way, I love that they have lines for preseason games. Tennessee versus San Francisco. Apparently that joint practice was really chippy, too.
Yep, Robert Saleh-led team. That's what you're going to get. I'll take the Titans.
I'll go Titans, too. Yep. And then Green Bay at Pittsburgh. Green Bay is favored by 2.5.
Yeah, I think the Steelers win.
I'm going Green Bay. Tyrod Taylor, backup quarterback, leads the way for Green Bay over Mason Rudolph. So
get some Kyron Drones game play.
Hey, that's one of my guys on my watch list.
Yeah. I want him to get the 3rd spot.
I think he's going to be the practice squad. I think you're going to see him like game 1 and 2 and maybe not a lot in 3 because they're going to try to stash him. And they're going to stash him on the practice squad. And then he's the 3rd, but they're going to carry 2, but he's the 3rd.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
I don't need to see Kyle McCord.
No. MLB.com, or excuse me, ESPN ranked the top 50 players in baseball right now. Updated list. You ready for this?
Yes.
Number 1, Ohtani.
Yes.
Number 2, Pete Crow Armstrong.
Come on.
Yordan Alvarez is 3. Jacob Mizorowski, 4. Jeff Passan with the write-up saying, turn in one of the most revolutionary or revelatory pitching seasons we've seen in decades. It's not just Mizorowski's big league best 1.76 ERA, which is mind-boggling. He's already over 200 strikeouts, considering Freddie Peralta was like last game of the season trying to get that.
Yep.
It's the raw stuff, pure and high octane. No starter has ever thrown his fastball as hard as Mizorowski. By average or maximum, batters are hitting 147 against him, the lowest average in the past century. Mizorowski already has exceeded his career high in innings, and with 7 weeks left in the season, the Brewers could ration his innings going forward, particularly considering they're aiming to play deep in October. If they do, the innings gap between him and Sanchez could convince some to stray from Mizorowski in the NL Cy Young Award voting, though Miz for now stands as an overwhelming favorite. Is there any other Brewer in the top 50 list?
Bryce Terang.
Bryce Terang comes in at number 16. Then kind of going more Scoobles and no more Brewers. Did you go through that? Okay.
No
So
more Brewers.
what'd they say about Terang here? It says Terang might well be the most unsung great player in the major leagues. That he is indeed great can no longer be in doubt. For 2 years, he has been the full package, an all-around hitter with power, contact, and patience, a top-tier base runner, and an elite-level defender. He might not have Jose Ramirez's power upside, but you can see a similar trajectory taking shape. A star on a standout team who doesn't get enough attention even as he fills up the stat line year after year. Turang is a consistent, durable performer whose excellence just keeps piling up. He's on pace for a 5.8 F-WAR, a figure that would slot him second on the Brewers' all-time list for second baseman, behind Ricky Weeks in 2010. For the hard-nosed Turang, you know none of that matters. Only what happens after the regular season counts. If the Brewers finally break through with the franchise's first title, you can be sure that Turang will be at the center of the charge. And the price tag continues to go up. But, yeah, I can't argue.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to say that maybe the one per – is it disappointing? Does it reflect on his season that Jackson Churrio's not in there? Or is it because he missed the first 6 weeks? Does that factor into it?
I still think he's underrated.
He's
hitting 284 with 16 home runs.
His averages are higher than his career. Like, we were doing this last week or so. It's like he's quietly having a pretty solid season.
His numbers are very similar to Turang, and Turang's played a lot more, but still.
Yeah. Like, I think you can make the case he is kind of underrated this year.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's because his first 2 years, the narrative was budding superstar, superstar in the making sort of thing. And is he putting up Ohtani offensive numbers? No. I don't think he's ever going to be like a 50 home run guy. But he's kind of quietly having a pretty darn solid season, considering the fact that, he missed the first month and a half, 2 months of the season. So, no, I would agree with you that he's kind of underrated at this point.
Mm-hmm. But just quickly, do you think Matt LaFleur should give up his challenge flag?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't know. I get where some people are at this, and it's kind of an emotional thing, but the last thing it's almost like the baseball challenge. Some players should not have that ability to challenge. There were some calls in that game yesterday. I'm like, dude, don't. What are you doing? Or
strings.
Yeah. I don't want that person where and I get their sole job. They could be looking at this on the tablet. I understand that. I get that. But there's already somebody like that in the booth.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't need to have too many, hens in the hen house or whatever sort of thing. That's being made too much of a big deal on some shows. That I'm okay. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Just What say you?
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't think it gets any worse or any better if he hands it to somebody else.
Because you know what's going to happen? Somebody's going to get lost in communication, and they should have challenged it, but then they didn't.
Yep.
It's going to be a mess.
The tablet's going to stop working, and then
no. We don't need a guy that's like standing next to LaFleur the whole time, and he's sitting there holding a red flag. Because that's what I would imagine. The guy's just standing there holding it the whole time for 3.5 hours. And he's waiting for his one moment that he can chuck. And the thing is, that guy, if your one job is to throw a challenge flag, you better be right. But I want some pizzazz on that throw, too. I just don't want it dropped. I want a good arcing throw.
Good mechanics.
Yep. You're going to be on TV. That's your moment to shine. But, hey, I wouldn't mind that job.
Yeah.
Somebody else would.
Yeah, hire me.
Yeah. And the thing is, I guarantee you, he'd be talking to somebody else in the booth that's going to be having it on a tablet right away.
The guy like Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the guy's not going to be holding a tablet and trying to. It's going to be somebody in the booth that he's talking to, and then, that's where I always thought it was kind of ridiculous when you got a play caller, but then they radio it to a coach, and then that position coach radios it to the player. Why can't that coach just directly go to the player, to the quarterback or the linebacker? What are we doing here? Mm-hmm. So, enjoy the game tonight.
Yeah.
First preseason game in the books. Hopefully the Brewers pick up a win against the Dodgers. Lots to pay attention to tonight. Have a good rest of your day. We'll be back at it again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Chat with you then.